It's it's
Oh, this
beautiful.
is so awesome. Okay, I'm gonna spotlight
You did
you.
such a good job.
That's it. Woohoo! That is awesome. Oh, I'm so glad
I
it showed up.
Yeah, yeah, it did. So I kind of whatever size you used for this was literally almost what I'll need to use for mine.
Good. I thought it might fit you, so that was kind of why I picked that size. Oh,
Yeah, it's really really nice. The sleeves were
good.
a little bit short if I want the cuff to show, so I'll have to figure that one out. But yeah, I'll put it on. That's really
Absolutely.
cute. Y'all, Teresa made this
It's
for
beautiful.
Yeah, that's what so I was teaching in North Dakota this week and I had to sew the coat while I was in North Dakota between classes. It was insane.
It's
And it
so
worked.
cute.
Oh, it's so cute.
Yeah,
Oh, I love it. Oh, it
yeah,
looks really good. And if you can see, can you hold it open again, Belle? So one
yeah.
of the things that I did with this is all of the seams are covered with a Hong Kong finish. So I'll show you how to do that Hong Kong finish. We're not going to cover all the seams, but if you want to, you can absolutely do that and it turns out really nice. So because this is going to be on display, I really wanted it to be extra nice. So I took all
Mhm.
that time.
Yeah, it's very
Yeah,
nice.
to
Yeah,
do
this
it.
is one of the hero prints, so
Yeah, it's really good. I
and
love
it's
it.
really soft. It's great. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. I have to tell you, it was quilted by Sandy over at Raybon. So she quilted it while I taught the quilt coat class. She
Oh,
quilted all the
really?
fabric and then gave it to me and I cut it out and then I sewed it all together. Yeah,
She quilted it on
the
the
team
long arm?
effort. No, she just did it during the class on the
Well, I
little
was like, these are
machine.
really straight lines.
She did a really good job. I was very
Yeah,
grateful.
yeah, she
Yeah,
did.
it looks really nice. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so
No,
exciting. So now
me
you get to
too.
see. That was my
Yeah.
latest one. So that's very fun. Okay. All right. So let's get started then on the whole idea. Thank you for sharing, Belle. I really do appreciate it.
No,
And
thank you.
spotlight you.
Thank you.
Okay. So let's get started with this. So the way that I planned this is that we have 2 full days. So we have 2 6-hour days that I'll spend with you here. Normally, when we do this in a shop, we usually do it in about 7 hours, but it is just like boom, 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 go, 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 go. And so I wanted to make it so that it wasn't quite as pressure of like we have to be done by 4. We don't. We can totally push it off till tomorrow. So we get going to be able to talk about a lot of things that I normally talk about in class that is often a little harder to do when we're in a Zoom setting. So Hawk is here and he'll help me out and switch cameras and all this sort of stuff. But I just kind of want to go over it just like we're in a class. So to talk, everybody has a copy of the pattern? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So the pattern originally came out 3 years ago. I'm going to remember at some point. I think it was 3 years ago. And since then it's had, a few little changes and evolutions along the way. So does anybody have it with the color cover like this?
No, no, it's all black.
Okay. So it's brand new.
Okay.
It showed up in a couple of places. So I will tell you what I changed with this, which is very, very minimal. But I will tell you as I go because every time I do it, I'm like, oh, we could do it this way. Oh, I could add this, blah, blah, blah. So every time there's a little new addition. So being in the class today will give you the opportunity to learn what all of those things are. So the pattern comes, the paper pattern comes with a full-size pattern sheet, which we have here. You should have either that or the PDF that you've taped together. So in the pre-work stuff, I asked you to go ahead and trace out your pattern. One of the things that I have found is that it makes a huge difference at doing that. I also asked you not to cut your stuff out because oftentimes the sizing is a little different. So I know when I was talking to Belle the other day and she was asking about sizes, then I think you were seeing like maybe a CD. And I was like, I don't know. I think that probably the B might be okay, but maybe a C. So now you get to try it on, which is great. So it's really helpful to kind of not just go with the first reaction of what you think the sizes will be. The sizing is designed to be able to wear a sweater underneath it. So it's a little bit loose fitting. So like for her wearing a little tank top underneath it doesn't add any bulk. Adding a sweater underneath that is going to make it a little bit tight. So that's kind of what I want you to think about is it's designed to be worn with a sweater underneath. People think quilt coats are very, very warm and they're actually not nearly as warm as you might want them to be for the most part. But you can make it a little bigger to wear a sweater underneath it. Or if you're someplace that's warm and you're not really going to need it for warmth, having it fit a little bit tighter is good. Okay. Does that make sense? Okay. So that's where I wanted to have started with, was cutting out or tracing out your pattern. So did everybody get a couple of pieces or some of their pieces traced, cut out? Nope. Okay. Do you have stuff, Carol, do you have stuff to trace it on?
I have that you recommended, your Swedish tracing
The
paper.
Swedish tracing paper.
But then I saw in this particular, the documentation you emailed for this Zoom class, you were saying 49-inch tracing paper or 48, and this is only the 29-inch wide stuff I could find.
Oh, it's totally fine. It's
Okay.
totally fine. You'll just have to trace like twice. So yeah, they have a wider one that you can get the full back piece on, which is awesome. But they
Okay.
also have the narrow one, and the narrow one is the one that I usually find.
Okay, well,
Pellon
that's
also
right.
has, yeah, that's what
That's what I
usually end up
found.
finding. So Pellon also has one that is super wide that you can trace the whole thing onto.
Okay.
I usually just use the
But-
Swedish tracing paper or interfacing.
But now, can I ask one quick question?
Yeah.
If you're going to fold it for the back, then do you really need to double it? If you have
Yes.
it on the seam?
Yes, because we're not going to actually fold it.
Okay,
Yeah. And I'll show you why. I'll talk about
okay.
that. So yeah, so when I ask you to trace it out, there's a couple of reasons why I do it, but in the end, what I'd really love for you to have, especially if you're going to make it more than once, is to figure out what size works for you, and then we'll trace out a full back, two front, the right and a left front, the sleeve, the other sleeve, a pocket, a hood, and a
And a
collar.
collar.
So if you have all of the pieces cut out in your tracing paper, then you can actually lay it out on the quilt and be able to see how much we have and how much space it's taking. So the tracing out is something that a lot of people don't really want to do, and I explain it more in the handout that I gave you, but it really is helpful to be able to do it, and there's a couple of reasons why. Hawk, could you come help me with the camera?
Teresa,
I can't remember which one goes where.
can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
So I didn't trace mine
Uh-huh.
because I was hoping this one would get here to try it on to know.
Yep.
But I did cut out like all of the pieces, all the way up to the largest size. Like I didn't pick a size to cut down to. So
Right.
when I trace it on here, should I trace it? Should we trace it to the largest size and then cut it down from there?
Trace it the size that you think you'll want. So like I said, you can trace the two sizes. So like for you, it would be like a B and a C. Or if you thought like, oh, maybe I'd go to a D, then you could trace the width of the D at the bottom, whatever you wanted to do. But normally I say trace two sizes that you're close to, because
So
generally that's what you'd want.
So trace everything in B and then do it again for C
Yeah, but on the same paper.
on the same paper. Okay,
Yes.
got it.
Because
Okay.
that way, like we were talking about being able to, if you have like a B top and a D bottom or a C bottom, you could just slope it out to
I
the
see.
size. Okay.
Okay.
If you have those two on there, it's really helpful.
Okay.
So I would say that let's talk about sizing a little bit. Normally in a class, I have a whole bunch of samples for you to be able to try on. Sorry, these are the buttons I have to push, right? And those are the numbers. Okay. All right, good. Then I'm good. Thanks. That was what I was. I wasn't quite sure which button to push.
Let's give everybody make sure we're in focus and stuff.
Oh,
We're gonna
okay.
switch to camera 2 and see what everybody.
Radio. This is a long,
Okay.
it's a code class. And I signed up knowing I was gonna be on the road or at Kyle's,
Uh-huh.
but she's recording it. So I can watch it again.
Oops, that's not what I meant. Okay. We're gonna go ahead and mute people. So unmute yourself when you need to. Okay, so show the top down camera. We'll see, is it focused? You see words okay? Can y'all see those okay? It's clear enough?
Spotlighter.
Yeah, okay. Oh yeah, I can spotlight it. Let's try it, make sure. Spotlight for everyone.
There we go, yes.
It looks fairly readable. Okay, good. All right, so when I have you trace out the patterns, let me talk about it again. When we do that, when we're trying to figure out the size, normally what I do is I will I will have people try them on so they can see what size they are, but because we are virtual, I don't yet have that opportunity. So what I want to talk about is sizing related to both the how warm you want it. So if you want it to be just be a cool little jacket to wear, a little spring jacket, or if you want it to be warmer and be able to wear a sweater underneath it, and also what type of fabric you're using makes a big difference. So for me, I wear about a 14, 16, and I can wear a B, C, or D, depending on what it is that it's made out of. So that's the thing that's kind of important, is how loose does it fit? What are you making it out of? So I think everybody is using quilted fabric today, but you can absolutely use all sorts of other things. So we use tablecloths and denim, and I'll bring some of these samples in later. Those will all hang a lot closer to your body because they're very thin and they're drapey. So having a smaller size with that is super nice, like, because otherwise it look oversized, which isn't the look we're going for. If you're quilting or you're making your quilt coat out of something that is like a newer fabric, it's going to be a little bit stiffer. It's going to not have as much stretch, and an older fabric will have a lot more. So even if it's quilted, it depends on what you're working with. Belle has a vintage top and a new back and batting, so chances are hers will be a little bit stiffer, and that will loosen up as you wash your jacket. Okay, so if you want it to be able to wear under a sweater and you're making it with an old thick quilt, make it a size bigger. If you're making it with something thin and you have a thin batting, or you used flannel for a binding or batting, for instance, you want it to be just a light little jacket for the spring, then you're going to want to make the smaller size. Okay, so kind of you can figure out really what you want. It is loose fitting, so that's why the size range is kind of big, because I want it to be not super constrained. Some of the other quilt coats, they end up having patterns that are very close to each other. So they'll be, a 6, an 8, a 10, a 12. And a lot of times those sizes are really hard to figure out as to what it's supposed to be. I like to have a little bit of wiggle room. So that's why the sizing is built in that way. So let me show you a couple of things. So I'm going to put it on the top down camera again, see if I can do that. So I have a couple of quilts that I am going to use one of these for the kids' coat that I'm making. So start with this guy. So this is a quilt that I got from a friend in Kansas City. You can see it's pretty puffy. Okay. So I think it's probably from the 70s. It looks very much like my childhood. So 70s, maybe early 80s. It kind of looks Daisy Kingdom. If anybody remembers them, it's very much that style of print. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's what it was. It's also a cheater, which I think is kind of fun. So probably early 80s now that I think about it. All of this is hand quilted, but it's all one piece here. There's no piecing done. So that's what this is, all hand quilted. I don't know if you can see all the stitching in there. It's pretty lovely, but it is puffy. So I don't know a better word for that, but it is kind of thick. So when I fold it in half, you can see how wide that fold is. Okay. And that's something to kind of look for, is how thick is it? So when I fold it, how much, width does it have here? How much space? So this is one. Move this one out of the way. So this is a vintage quilt that you can see is very floppy. Okay, this is actually what some call a summer quilt. So there's actually no batting in this at all. You can kind of see the print coming through from the front because there's no batting. It's been quilted, but there's no batting in it. So this is a very lightweight one. So if I do this and I fold it in half, it's very, very skinny here. Okay, it's because there's nothing in there. So this would be a really nice kind of loose weight jacket. Okay, and then this one is one that I have that's a brand new quilt. Well, it's actually a very old quilt. I made it years ago, but it's been sitting in the closet for years and years and hasn't ever been washed. So it's always just kind of a display one. So you can see it's a little stiffer versus this one, which is super floppy. Okay, so they're going to lay differently depending on the fabric. And that's really important to understand, that from the beginning, this is just going to be softer. This one is going to be stiffer. It just needs to be washed a bunch, and then that will get softer. Okay, so this one is done with a polyester batting. and it is pretty thin, but not as thin as the other one, not nearly as thick as the first one. All right. So, but this one is going to be stiffer because it's new. This one will be super drapey because it's old and it has no batting. This one will kind of be puffy because it has basically puff batting in it. All right. So really, as we go, depending on what you're working with, you're going to want to decide which fabric you like best when you make another one, because we have what we have today, but also to understand the sizing. So you can kind of maybe pick your sizing a little bit better depending on what fabric you're going to use. All right. So I have to decide, and I kind of think that I'm going to use this new one. And I'm going to use that today. Okay. So the first thing we want to do after we get our stuff quilted is like I said, we want to trace out all of our patterns and get the right size. So is everybody comfortable with the size that they have? And do you have pattern sheets or the patterns ready? Carol's working on hers. I see it. Okay. All right. So there is a reason that we do the tracing. Let me see if I can find it. Here we go. Okay. So when you get your pattern sheet, so I made little mini models for everything. It's going to be really nice to work with this actually. So when you get your pattern and you cut it out, it is on white paper. All right. Whether you've done the PDF version or bought the paper version, it's on white paper. And the reason I like to use the traced is because when I do this, I cannot see through it. And I just have to kind of magically wonder what it is going to look like when I'm finished with that. Bill asked a question, what size did you use for the coat? It's a B. It's a B. And we'll talk about adding length to the sleeves too. So once we do this, it is solid and I can't see through here. So I ask you to trace it all out because it is miraculous how well you can see once it's on tracing paper. So all of a sudden now I can see what it's going to look like and I have a much better idea. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to get our pattern pieces cut out and we're going to work on layout. So we're going to talk about layout first before we start really doing it, because one of the things that I think is so fascinating with class is how different things look depending on how you lay them out. In the book, on page, here we go. On page 5, it shows an example of a quilt that I used and how I cut the pieces out. And you'll see that it's very scattered, but it turned out to be a very cute coat. I absolutely love it. And this one gets all sorts of attention, but this isn't cut out at any sort of 45, 90 degree. It's just cut all wonky. You can absolutely do that with a quilt because there is no bias left in it once it's been quilted. So it doesn't really have more stretch one way or another. Okay. So this is a great example of how you can actually see this log cabin pattern through here versus having the paper pattern. So if you're using something that is, trying to see if either of the two examples I have, no, if you're using something that's just a very chaotic or not very linear, you can use this, or if you've quilted yardage. So like with the one that I did for Belle, we just quilted the yardage, then I cut out the pieces. It didn't matter where anything landed on the fabric because it was just going to be everywhere. The print is the whole thing. So that works. But if we want this to be a little bit different, we can do all sorts of things with this. So we could absolutely have this so that we would cut it out and all of our blocks would go this way. For me, that's really boring. So I like twisting things. And if I twist it, all of a sudden that's a completely different look that could be for my jacket with this movement that it creates when it's laid on its side, when it's like at a 45. You can absolutely lay it not on a 45 and be able to do this. One of the things that is really important when you're trying to figure out your layout is how much will actually fit on here. So these are not to scale because I just printed out some patterns. But if this were to scale, I would need to, oops, it's the wrong one. I would need to figure out how I could get these all on here. This would be my back. We'll flip that over. I could get a sleeve. I could get my other sleeve, but I couldn't get a hood. Okay, because I couldn't fit all of those pieces on here. So that's something to kind of think about as you're doing your layout, is how is it going to fit on there and what does that do? So I really like it if you use a bigger quilt, because you can get more freedom, I guess, with where you're going to place things. All right, so once we have figured that out, we'll play with it and I'll trace out a few of these. Let me just trace this one out while I'm here. See if I can get my pen to work. So when we're tracing it on fabric, I like to use a water-soluble marker. And that way it'll just go away. So for those of you who have worked with me with Cuddle, don't use your Sharpie on this, okay? Like, we've had people do it a few times. It's never a good idea. Okay. I need to get a better pen. Okay, and when we're tracing this, we just need to be fairly accurate. We don't have to be perfect. So now you can start to see, I'm going to trace it out with my Sharpie so you can kind of get an idea of, this would be the front of the coat and what difference that looks like versus it just being straight up and down. Okay, so this movement, when this is the front of the quilt, it has all sorts of energy that having it this way does not. This seems very quilt. This seems very fun. So for lack of a better word, it just seems more fun. All right, so we're going to lay this out on a couple of different ones that I brought, that I found different quilts online. So this would be another one that we could do the same thing, that you could just put it on there straight. You could put it on there cockeyed. Okay, this is one that I would probably want to make sure, because it is so very linear, that I would probably want to make sure that it was on a 45 and this was centered down the front. Having it on the point, and we know this if you're a quilter at all, putting things on point just does a totally different thing to the quilt. Okay, so you can kind of see the difference of being able to put it here or here. When we're doing our sleeve, one of the things that I recommend is there's a mark at the center, and we'll just take our patterns, fold them in half, make a little crease line, and then we're going to center them on things. So on something like this, this is the 3/4 mark on your sleeve pattern, and then the full length sleeve. And we'll talk about the lengths. It's in the paperwork. But this center part here is where I want to put the center of the sleeve, the motif. Okay, so right kind of in the center. So I'll use the line on the pattern. I'll use my fold line here, make sure that it's actually centered, and then cut that out. These side parts will never be seen, but this will be seen all the time. So when you're laying out your sleeve, make sure that you're kind of laying it out in a way that is complementary to what you've got. All right. Here's another example, and this is a very fun one. When we are doing these in class, we almost always get some kind of crazy old quilt, and I love the nature of these quilts is just fascinating to me. So I want to talk about laying out the front and the back on something like this. So there's a couple things you could do. This is too small for me to put all the pattern pieces on, but we'll imagine that this is bigger and then we would cut out different pieces. So this back piece here, I would probably put it so that it came right along here. Okay, and then my whole back piece is going to be centered to my whole back would be here. This motif here would end up just between your shoulder blades, which is really where you want your big motif to land. So if you've got big things, putting them up near your shoulder blades is better than putting them near the hem. Most of us like our upper back more than we like our hips. So we try to draw the attention up by putting the motif in a place that will draw attention. This goes straight down the back, totally good. The other thing to note about this one is we have this really lovely border, okay? And this border, you can absolutely incorporate it, and you can do that in a couple of ways. So you could put your pattern on here and then cut it along this edge and do it. But you can also absolutely just shove this down to the binding and keep the binding intact. All right, this is a great way to be able to make it very fast because you just keep the binding on everything. So when I do something like that, I would put my front over here and I would just use this binding here and here to bind my front. I would use the bottom to be able to bind the bottom or the back. One of the things too is that you want to be able to put it, get those out of the way. You want to put it here. Then when you cut your other piece, you want to cut it out of here. Okay. So it needs to be up to sneeze. Excuse me. So it needs to be a right and a left. And that's someplace that people often kind of mess up. So if we're putting two pieces on here, I would need a piece here and I would need a piece here to be able to get my two fronts out of, right and left. So opposite corners is what you want. And you can absolutely play with this to be able to get it. But remember that you can absolutely use the binding, reuse the binding. And then when you have the sleeve, you can put the sleeve on there and then put that up next to the binding. It's always super fun and it makes for a very, very fast project. So this works really well on vintage quilts when the binding is kind of worn, but not terrible. We can actually absolutely use it. And when we're doing it on new quilts, we can as well. Okay, so here's another one that is already a little chaotic, which I like. So putting this on here at the straight of grain, the straight of the design, is going to give it all sorts of movement anyway. So I don't feel like I need to lay this here. It's already got lots of movement if I lay it this direction. Okay, another reason that you might want to have to lay it just straight of grain is because you don't have enough fabric. So you can either choose to cut it straight or you can add something different for the sleeves. And I've had people do that where they're like, but I really want it like this. And then they'll make other fabric elsewhere out of one of these prints to be able to do for the sleeves. So you can kind of color block it that way and do the sleeves a different color if you want, or do a different fabric if you want to. Something like this. So this is a modern quilt. This is from Elizabeth Hartman. Oh, this was one from Thomas Knauer. This is one from Elizabeth Hartman. It's one of her patterns. The thing about using big modern quilts is that the designs are often so big that they're kind of overpowering. So having this motif on your back might be more than you want it to be. I would probably lay it like this anyway, so that it had the straight up and down, so that when I looked at it, the movement was coming up and down and would make me look taller and thinner, which is always the look I'm going for. Okay, so does that make sense? So you get kind of just a different look. This is one that I used. So this is a pattern out of a book called Scraps 2.0. And this is what I used for this coat. Let me see if I can turn my camera. Okay, so this coat here, that's the pattern that I used for it. I'll turn it to the back so you can see the design a little bit better. And I just did it straight, just like this pattern is. I did it all with the black instead of white squares. I think it turned out gorgeous. It is definitely one that people are always wanting to know, how do they make that one? I'm like, the fabric isn't out yet. Okay. It will be, but that's what this pattern is the Scraps 2.0 one. I'll find the Sunset Tiles. That's the name of the pattern, Sunset Tiles by Jenny Baker. So you can absolutely take these fun modern quilts and make them into something super cool looking as well. Okay. This is the double wedding ring that I told Belle I would have for her. Okay. So double wedding rings are interesting because they have these large background areas that we have to pay a little bit more attention to. One of the things that happens when we're making coats is that people will want to put things so that they are like always on a center, but then we end up with kind of these white squares that are a little bit off center, and I'm not sure I like the look of it. You could absolutely center this right up the middle of the jacket. You could center the white up the middle of the jacket. Okay, so either way that you want to do this, you can lay it this direction and then you get a whole different kind of look. You get more of that flower sort of shape rather than the circle sort of shape. Okay, so it really just depends on what you want. One of the things to note about this and this one here is that with these big, large circle shapes, we want to make sure that none of it ends up directly on the front of the bust because that happens often. So be very careful that you don't stick this big white circle right on the middle of you. It happens a lot. The first time it happened was with Dresden plates, and it was very, very obvious. So make sure that when you're doing your layout, one of the things that I recommend, so when you have the pattern and you're trying to figure out where does it need to fit, I just recommend that you hold the pattern piece up to you and then just mark the apex of your breast so that you know where not to line something up. In the world of like the golden ratio and stuff like this, I think that distance from everything is very eye appealing. And so people often do this where they'll put it directly so that the design is right on their breast. And that's not what we want to do. So make sure you take note of that. If your quilt is something that you feel like that could be a problem, you could just mark it and just mark a little X and be like, don't put it here. Okay. So I'm going to move back over here. So with this one, Belle, do you have a preference on whether you would want it straight or cockeyed?
I kind of like that cockeye version.
I do too.
I like that. I mean, I'll have to be careful that the center of that doesn't end up, in the wrong spot.
Exactly. So you don't want this big white spot and you don't want this square.
Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna say I've tried it on, it's about right here. Okay, so what I want to make sure and do is put it so that it's going to end up maybe like here, where this is like your bust line is going to be here, for instance. So this is going to be below it and this will be above it. Does that make sense?
It does, and that's very helpful because I can't say I would have thought of that.
Yeah. Most people don't until it gets put on and then they're like, oh, that wasn't the look I was going for. Okay. So when you're putting these on, one of the things that I do really recommend is that you make a copy of it. And for this class today, you don't necessarily have to have done this, but what I like to do is I take my pattern and I will trace it out on the fold, or you can sew two pieces together. That absolutely works too. The thing about the Pellon and the tracing paper is that you can absolutely sew those and then take your stitches out if you need to, but you could sew the two layers together to get a piece that's wide enough. Okay. And now when you're tracing it, I want to make sure that I've got my pocket marks. These notches are in here. They are not really so important. They are really there because garment sewers were like, where are the notches? So I put notches in, but don't worry about them. Because the way that the pattern is written to be used for different fabrics, the notches will often end up not matching. If it's brand new fabric, freshly quilted, it'll match. If it's a vintage quilt, if it's got any sort of wear and any stretch to it, these are not going to match. So I don't even care about them. The thing I do care about is these pocket marks. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and cut this out so you can kind of see. Okay, so once I've gotten it here, I can absolutely see what my whole back is going to look like. So now when I start putting it on here, I can really start to figure out how do I want that to look. All right, and it will look totally different depending on what fabric you use. So having this full one is especially good if you're going to line things up, or if you have a motif that you want to center to see how it's going to look this way, how it's going to look this way. And if you have this whole piece, it makes it much easier to figure out that I've got all of my pieces. So say I wanted to do it where I was keeping the binding, I would put this here, I'd put another one over here. We're going to pretend that that's a front. Okay. And I can put my sleeve. And then I could put another sleeve there, and I could put my hood, and another hood. Maybe I could put a collar. Okay, so I can really lay everything out and see, like, is this going to fit on the fabric that I have? All right, and that's really important because if you cut out starting with your hood, you could get to a point that you don't have a place big enough to put this back piece. All right. So when we're doing our layout on the coat, I want you to really take your time and figure out where you want it. And then we're going to cut out the back piece first. We're going to trace and cut out the back piece first, and then we'll make sure that everything fits. So what I like to do is lay it all out, lay it on my fabric, figure it out, and then start cutting. So take your time to kind of figure this out. So questions, because now we're going to lay out our fabrics. Okay. So what are you thinking? And what have you got? What are we working with today? I'd kind of like to see. It's always nice to see what people are doing.
So I have a vintage double wedding ring,
Mm-hmm.
and I was wondering if I could use the bottom for the bottom of my.
Does it still have the scoops?
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
does. You can absolutely do that. You have to be very careful in laying out, because the smaller like the scallop, the easier it is to get it to match. If you have a wide scallop,
Yeah, I
a
do have a
little harder
wide
to make
one.
it match between the side, the back, the other side. So you can absolutely do it. And if you have the pattern pieces, you can lay it out pretty darn well. Hawk just did this the other day with the scallop that was like the squares. Can you
Right.
explain kind of what you did?
Oh, gosh. Without having,
Well, let's see. We have this. So let's pretend this is our quilt. Here's our
Okay.
pattern pieces.
great,
Okay.
see what I can do. Hi, guys. So I was assisting Teresa in the class over in Fargo, and we had more of almost like a
Mm.
brick rack or a prairie point.
Yeah,
Right.
it was squares that were sewn together and then just bound along the edge in that way and never not trimmed.
But what we can do, what I did was we took the side, and I was able to find that if I just, instead of finding the center of one, I actually centered it on the points on the left and the right, so that basically they hit in the same spot. So
Right.
that if I did that on all three pieces, there was a good chance that we were going to get them to line up. I
Right.
didn't really struggle too much trying to overthink seam allowances and stuff
Mhm.
or anything like that. But I figured if I got this corner to hit on this spot,
Yeah.
They said it's out.
and that on that's try to get that on the same spot, then
They
we
would
were going to be
mostly
really
match.
close.
Yes. Yeah. So
It
on,
actually worked out better than I expected it to be honest with you.
so if
so-
we're gonna say on this, let's do this side because it's a little freer. So don't take off quite yet.
Okay.
So if you were gonna do it with the scallop here on the bottom, I would want to make sure that this was centered on
Mhm.
here, so that it would basically end on either side.
Right.
So
The-
I would get it so that it would cut here, and here would be my sides for the back. And then when you're putting on a front, you're going to choose another area on there where the front side seam is basically going to match in that same spot on another ring. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'll give it a try and see if it looks like it's gonna work.
Because the biggest thing
see
is
what
if you can get
happens.
it to kind of match somewhere in here, we're good.
Yeah,
What happens sometimes is that people will cut it so the back ends here and the front ends over here, and then you
Yeah.
can't make those jive. So then we
Right.
end up having to cut off the bottom of the quilt, which is always a shame. So
okay,
you can lay them out and try to get them to basically end at the same place. That helps. So just to keep that in mind when you're picking things, having this a bigger scallop is a little bit harder. It's definitely doable, but if you have a little thing like the little zigzag that she had at the bottom, it's fairly easy-ish because you could kind of change the width of the bottom too to make it match.
okay.
You know, you could fudge things and it's okay. All right. So one of the things that I will say about the pattern is because I made it for quilters, everything is a little fudgeable. Like, so it doesn't have to be perfect. So if you need to make your back just a little bit wider or a little bit narrower, you can absolutely just use your ruler, trim off an edge, make it match how you want it to match. Okay. I will tell you that we're not going to try real hard to make the sides match. There's very little of the side that you'll actually see that could match. The only time I do that is if I have like a border around the bottom. So for example, the one that had the pretty border that was appliqued on, that I would want to make sure that my fronts and my back were at the same level, so that the binding or the border that went around actually went around the whole coat. I'm going to see if I can find an example of that for you really quick. Hold on. One more, I have this big, where I use the bottom. Except this one I didn't do a super great job of it. I remember that one for a while. All right, this one is better. Okay. So I'm gonna come in and show you a couple things. So let me switch the camera to the down. Okay. Okay, so sometimes when you get vintage quilts, they are not actually handmade vintage quilts. They are mass-produced vintage quilts. So this was one that I got fairly, maybe a year or two ago, that I really loved. And it is super drapey and yummy and thin, and I love it. And it had a label on it from Kmart or something. So not always are they, a vintage one, and then I have zero. So Diane, that's something to look for. You'll have zero guilt cutting up some mass-produced quilt from, Target or something. Okay. One of the things that I noticed about this, so this is the side seam that I'm talking about that we're going to do. So I made it match here so that my border was the same. This is one that I left the quilt binding on. So you can see that this is the front, or the front is the corner of the quilt. Does that make sense? Okay, so this, I just laid the pattern on. This is the original binding, all right here. And when I put the side together, I laid it out so that this border was going to be the same front and back. What I didn't realize is that that second border is not the same all the way around the quilt. So there was no way to make both of these match. The only thing I could do is, add a little pucker in here, which I wasn't going to do. So this doesn't match under here. This is how much I care. This much. Like, it just doesn't really matter. This part was the more important part, is that this seam matched. It would be more noticeable than underneath my arm. Okay. Sometimes I can get a little bit crazy and I can make them match really, really well. So this was the bottom of the sleeve seam that I tried pretty hard on. This one, I didn't try as hard, and there's some little jags there. I also don't care. So if anybody's looking under your sleeve, the only reason they should look under your sleeve is if you're like, wow, look how well I matched it. And then you can brag about it. But otherwise, don't worry too much about them matching. This is another example that was a mass-produced quilt that I made also. See if I can get the whole thing on there. So this is the front. This was also the corner of the quilt, but it had a big wide, like more cream border, I guess is how you would say, along here. So the edge of the quilt actually came out to like here. So it was a lot of white past it, which looked beautiful on a quilt, but not so much for the front of a coat. So I wanted to bring it in. So I cut closer to my embroidery and then I bound it. But this was the front, or a corner of the quilt, that then I made sure that when I did the back, I cut it basically on the same. This one ended up surprisingly accurate. So every once in a while you'll get a little one that you're like, wow, I did really well with that. This one is one of those. And I'm like, wow, that turned out really well. Yeah, but don't try too super hard, but making sure that the border is basically even as you go around is the important part. If you have a border, if you don't have a border, don't try to match up your seams on anything. It's very difficult. The only time you're going to want to do that is, like we said, if you are doing it so that you're trying to match a scallop or that sort of thing at the bottom. Otherwise, yeah, go for it.
Back to Florida.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and can I'd love to see what you're gonna cut out. So if you can just hold it up, I can see them. And then we'll start working on cutting out our pieces. And like I said, I'm gonna cut out a little kid's coat and I'm gonna sew that up at the same time so that we can kind of be working together. All right. So Deborah, is that just quilted fabric? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, cool. Cool. Belle's got the double wedding ring, which I love. Carol, is that, oh, that's pieced. Yeah. Cool. Okay. I love it. You said it was not Ladybug, but what? What's your real name? Let's get it.
Carrie,
Carrie?
Carrie, Carrie. This is just
Okay, great.
a cheap bedspread from Ollie's.
Perfect.
And it's
Perfect.
real thin and it's cuddly, so I love it. So
Very
and I
nice.
don't care if I screw it up.
Yeah. The first one is practice. And I will say that all the time. The first one is practice. You're going to understand a lot more when you get done with this, that with the next one that you make, you can make it exactly how you want it to be. You'll know a lot more and you understand how things work out. It's the same with anything that we do. I think I said in the paperwork that it's like pancakes. The first one is never great. First time I put a block together is not very good. By the time I've done that block 25 times, I'm really good at that block and I've got things down. So don't be impatient with yourself with the first time. And it's really good to use something that isn't, a precious quilt. We've definitely done the precious quilts at retreat when I've been working with people, but we get to really take our time with it. So that helps. All right. So Peachy, hold yours up
Here's
again. Oh,
So here's how the top is, or the outside. Can you see that?
yeah. Yeah.
And it's
Oh, that's cool.
all hand quilted.
Nice.
I got it at a rummage sale for $5.
That's the way to do it. I still have not found those quilts. I keep hearing about these stories and I'm like,
I don't often.
That's awesome. So yeah, again, a quilt that is going to be beautiful and people will think that you worked really hard on that quilt and you paid.
Well, I'm actually going to just use it for a bathrobe when I'm done,
Cool.
just to wear over my pajamas.
Yep. Perfect. All right, Kip, what have you got there?
Well, I'm not gonna do a quilt, so to
Okay.
speak.
I'm
But-
shocked.
Although that I hear your Hong Kong thing,
Yes.
this has been the only thing about, that is, then I can have it look nice inside without having to do a lining. So what I thought I would do is put this across and then use a navy to, or whatever color I have here. I've got some color that's gonna match this to go around this. So just this across
Mm-hmm.
the bust, the sleeve,
Oh,
maybe the back,
Yeah.
and here, and then the rest would just be navy
Cool.
or some color.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe
Yeah.
it would be green because I think I have a more matching green here or something.
Totally.
I don't know.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I would cut out your strip, piece your other bits on there, your other green or whatever, and then cut out your pieces so that they match between.
So
Yeah.
go ahead and cut out a strip of this and then sew it to
Yeah.
the
So it's
other
the green
colors.
so that you end up having your whole
Color.
pattern piece on there. And
Okay,
then
and then if I wanted to, so the backing, let's just say I wanted to use Cuddle 3 on it.
Mhm.
Then before I even matched my, before I cut it out, and I wanted to go ahead and quilt those two together, just,
Mhm.
with a squares,
Yep.
do that first,
Yes.
and
Yeah.
then cut it.
That's what you would do first. Yep.
Okay.
Exactly. And you're welcome to do it with just one fabric, and you can totally do the outside one. I do the lining too, where I have like an inside fabric and an outside fabric that nothing is quilted, and you can do that as well. So
Oh,
yeah, you can do it any way that you want to.
yeah.
But I would
don't-
figure that out first, and then we can start cutting out your pieces.
Okay, sounds good. I didn't know what to do, but that's a bolt of something I have that I thought would look nice
Yes,
in a jacket.
it would. It would look really nice.
Okay.
What else have we got? Diane, did I see what you were using? I can't remember. Just quilted fabric? Yeah. Okay,
I just finished quilting,
nice.
so I'm gonna go move to a different place and start
Okay.
laying out my stuff.
Cool, cool. Yeah, we had two people in my classes in North Dakota who were still quilting during class. So the first like half of class, they were still quilting. And they're like, I'll catch up. I was like, it's fine. Like, same here. All right, Deborah, did you show me yours? Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's super cute. I really love that. Okay. All right, so just start laying out your stuff. I'm going to turn my camera so that it's on my table. You can unmute yourself and ask me any questions as we're going, and I'll probably throw in little tidbits of stuff. But just we'll start laying out our pattern and start cutting things out. So lay them out. I like to trace them so I can kind of see what it's going to look like, and then I cut it out. That's my my method because I like to be able to kind of figure it out first. Okay, so just speak up if you have any questions at all. So it's just like class, just say, hey, Teresa. Okay. All right. So this is the fabric that I decided I'm going to use. And then I'm making the little kid size. Get my stuff out of the way here. So we talked a little bit about cutting the back on the fold. And one of the things about doing that, people often want to just fold their quilts and do this. But if you can see, there's actually like a depth here. So what happens if you cut it on the fold, you add that depth to the neckline, to the width of the back. So your neckline won't match. So that's the thing that I think is the most important, is that this will just add, it'll add width to your back, and that comes right at your neckline. So then your neckline gets wider than it was supposed to be. So what I like to do instead is I will unfurl my quilt here. Okay. And this is very old fabric from a company that is no longer in business. So I can't tell you what it is. All right. Coat back. Here we go. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to get this on here. Okay, I'm going to try to pick a place that I can make it straight across here. So I'm going to pick this level here to make it match all the way across. I'm going to come up between these blocks there. Okay, so that to me looks pretty darn good. Let's see if this pin will work. Let me be able to see it, because if not, no. Okay. I'm going to do what I told you not to do. I'm going to use a Sharpie because that's what I've got right here. And you'll be able to see it better. Okay, so I'm going to draw my bottom line here. And there is a very slight curve at the shoulder there, but it's very slight. Okay.
Teresa,
Yes.
why is the coat front on the fold?
The front coat is not on the fold.
So mine says cut one on fold.
On the coat front?
Yeah. Yeah.
Can I see?
Yep.
Because I have yet to hear that.
Well, you know, let's see what I can do. Right, where's my camera? It's in front of me. I don't know how to do it. I'll
Can you
do it
just
with
hold-
my phone and I'll send it to you.
That would be great.
Yes, yes, yes.
Did you do the PDF pattern or you bought a pattern?
I bought it. Let me see, maybe I can do it. This time. Hold
Yeah,
on.
I have yet to see that happen, and now I'm curious.
Let's see if I can do.
As the coat gets cut right up the center.
Look, can you see
Elemental
it?
Kids coat front. Oh, it's the kids one, outer fabric, cut one on fold, lining fabric optional. It does, it's the kids coat.
Yes.
The kids coat says it.
I mean, I did it even though,
You were
I
like,
go,
what?
that's weird.
Yeah,
But
not supposed to be cut on fold. Thank you. I was thinking it was the regular coat and I was like,
No.
I've seen a million of these and they've
No,
never
no.
said that. The kids coat just came out, so that's good to know. And I will put an errata on the website.
yes, ma'am.
Okay, so when I'm doing my back, so I've traced it here. You're not going to trace it down the center in the back. We're not going to cut it down the center of the back. Okay, sometimes that happens. Don't do it. What I do is I put a pin right where my fold is, okay? And then I will reposition this so that it's on my fold. And then I will continue to trace it and cut it out. Okay, so then I can match it here. I know it's going to match down here, and I know it's going to match up here. So sometimes these will get a little bit weird and it won't match exactly perfectly. Don't panic, okay? We really do just kind of let it go. Hawk is pulling out the pattern. Let's see what's happening. It's amazing to me how things get through. Okay. So because I'm doing a kid's coat, I don't feel too terrible about marking this with the Sharpie, and especially because you can see it much better when I do this. But one of the reasons that I want to use a soluble marker when I do this is when I lay out all of the pieces, if I should get to a point that I'm like, oh, it doesn't actually fit the way that I wanted it to, I can just spritz out the lines and start over. So with this, I obviously can't. Like I said, it's a small coat and I've got a big quilt, so I'm not panicked about it. But that is definitely one of the perks of using a water soluble marker, is because I can then actually just kind of redo it completely. All right. Did you find it?
Yeah. Yeah, it's probably a copy paste error from over here.
Totally. So would you mind emailing Biddy at Bolt about the printing, and we can send her a new PDF? We just put in a new order for them to be printed, so we could get that fixed before it goes to print. That would be awesome. Thank you, Diane. There we go. This is my back. So when you are cutting these out, and especially if you're doing it for yourself, please don't panic on the size of the back. One, this goes all the way around your side. Okay. So people are often like, oh my gosh, it's so huge. It's also part of your sleeve. So this coat is designed to not have the typical arm side that kind of does a loop here and we do a set-in sleeve. We're going to do it differently that makes it a lot easier. But this width of the back often is a little feels wrong for people. It just seems too wide and it actually will work out just fine. Okay, so there's mine. All right, I'm going to cut out the fronts. So one of the things, even though the kids pattern, it says to cut it on the fold and you would just flip it, it can be used the same way. So one of the things that I like to do is I will take the pattern, this is the kid's coat front, and I'll put it on something that I want to cut down the middle. Let's see there. Okay, and then this center will be the cut, and then I can have one this way and one this way. All right, so if I can have your eyeballs for just a second, I want to show you something else. So this is my coat front. Okay, I'm going to put it this way because I want to line up my border here basically so it's about the same. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to lay it on so that I can see that this is the same. Does that make sense? Okay, so I can see that my lines are going to go the same way. My V is going to end about the same place. That's what I want. So I'm going to move my pattern up just a little bit. And mostly what I care about is that now this bottom is going to match. The rest of it isn't so important. But then on the front, if I do this in a position over here, I'll be able to cut the front and the both fronts out basically out of the same piece. So let me see. I'm going to redo this. So this is why I don't just whack it out really fast. Okay, so I am going to put this down, this these white squares. That's going to be my center front. So I'm going to go ahead and mark this. Because I am going to cut on that line. So that's why I'm marking it. So I know that that's where it's going to land, but now I need to figure out what this side is and how it's going to match my back. Okay, so I need to, it's gonna come over that far, but then here is where I need to start matching it up. So this looks like it should match. So again, I'm going to move my pattern down so it matches the bottom of my coat back. Okay, that should be pretty good. This is going to be my center front, so I'll cut it up that front after I trace around this whole thing. So now I'm going to go ahead and trace and then we'll cut. Okay, so that was kind of how I sort of make sure that the bottom is about the same. I'm not trying to make these match and continue a square around the side and into the back. That's the too much matching that we're not going to care about. But the level of it is something that we can take our time and check out. Okay.
Hey, Teresa, I have a question.
Yeah.
When it comes to tracing the front, you have to cut two and it says it's reversed. When
Yep.
you're tracing that, when you flip it over to reverse it, you can't see the lines very well.
Like the dots or whatever? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, so, when you lay down the pattern and then you put your tracing paper on top of it. I've traced one, but now it says to reverse it. So am I supposed to flip?
No, then trace your other one exactly the same. and
Uh-huh.
then you just flip it over. So then
Oh,
this
okay.
way and one that way. Yeah.
Okay,
So then
that
just
makes
right on the front of it, left coat front, right coat front. That's what I do.
Okay, for the tracing, I keep it, it doesn't matter, but
Doesn't
when it,
matter.
okay,
It's when you
got
put
it.
it on your coat. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Uh-huh. Okay. So I've got my two fronts traced, flipped so that this is my center line. So this is where it's going to meet in the middle. Okay. I'm fine with this and I don't really care. But if I wanted to get picky about it another way, coming down this center probably would have been nicer. But I was trying to even up the white blocks and I should have probably gone up the center of here. It's all right. It's gonna be fine. Right. Right, who is doing a hood and who is doing a collar? So raise your hand if you're doing a hood. Couple of people, raise your hand if you're doing a collar. Okay, great. So on the hood, you need to make sure that you cut one this way and one this way because the hood goes around your head. So you have a left and a right side. So it's really important to make sure that you do that. We didn't really talk too much about placement on that. But one of the things that I would make sure to do is, let me see if I can find my hood piece real quick here. There it is. Okay, so I've got my hood. So with this, I'm just going to line it up somewhere here and decide that that's what I want. Okay, if I were using something like, if I had decided to use this one, for instance, I would want to make sure that my hood was placed like here. And then I would flip it over and place it here. So this is the part, this front straight part is what goes around your face. So we want to make sure that that's fairly even. This, if you can get this seam to match up at the top, it's lovely. Once you come around the curve of the pattern, you're not really going to be able to make it match. So don't worry about that. If it doesn't match there, it's no big deal. But I try to get it in an area that is not patchwork. So if you have a border, if you've got sashing, that sort of thing, I try to usually make that go up the front because it looks really nice and adds kind of a little border to it. All right. But just something to keep in mind when you're laying that out. With the collar, you can put it however you want it to be. It really doesn't matter. You can keep it so that it's symmetrical or you can go a little crazy with it. Okay, and I'm going to cut out both so I can show you how to do both. And then I'll have to pick one that I actually want to use. All right, before I get too picky, I'm going to cut out my sleeves. My funky little sleeve right there.
Like that.
What did you do?
You've got a little front facing camera now too. Picture,
Oh,
picture.
look at that. How fancy.
Look, stuff too is in the front view too.
And I don't have to switch it back and forth so much. It's great.
Like it in that corner, you can pick any of the four corners right here.
How fancy is
So
that? Look at that. I can move around the screen.
Whichever one is least in your way.
Got it. Very nice. All right. and draw a line. I had to trace my pattern out of something, then I ended up having a little blip out of it. My pattern is funky. Fine. Week. Go grab one. That is so much faster. Scissors. So these little scraps that you'll end up with, just feel free to chuck them. When you end up with a little bit bigger pieces, you can use those for bags. You can use them for coasters, placemats, all sorts of fun things. All right, so we talked a little bit about the notches on the pattern. And trying to find my, here it is. The notches we don't really need. We don't really care too much technically on your hood. These are supposed to match your shoulder seams. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But what I really care about are the dots. And we're going to do that a few times. So this is the new pattern and it has a little line here. This is the pocket. Okay, so on the pocket, you have 2 dots. You need to make sure and mark those. On the shoulder, you'll have dots at the corner. Please make sure to note that the dot does not match the line that it's next to. It's just for the dot. So like this is the double A dot, this is the A dot. Here's the A line, but the A dot is here. The B dot is here. The B line is here. It's 1/2 inch in from your edge. Okay. So that's how you note that. And if you forget to mark your dots now, we'll do it later, but it's a 1/2 inch in. These dots are going to be very important. You also have dots on big, huge pattern piece. Oh my goodness. Oh. And then we also have dots on our sides. So these dots need to be marked. These are your pocket dots, okay? These are especially important on the back. So we want to make sure that we've got our dots on the pocket, the shoulders, and the back pockets, okay? So on the back, you'll make those marks, okay? Those are the places that are most important. The notches, not as important. The dots on the front are not as important. They're more important on the back, okay? It would just help us line things up better if you mark them now. Otherwise, we'll have to pull out patterns later. See if I can refold this baby. I did not mark them on my pattern, so I'm going to go ahead and mark them now. And then I'm gonna mark them on my actual piece here. I'm gonna mark them on the back of my sleeve. So on my sleeves, I want my sleeves to be very similar. So I'm just using my pattern or basically my first sleeve as a pattern and making sure that these are gonna match up and flow to the next thing. So now I can cut around this and make it match perfectly.
Teresa,
Yes.
I have a question.
All right.
If I have a large enough quilt with large enough space for errors, can I just make my back one continuous? I mean, I have a piece of thing that's, 60 inches by 90 inches. So
Uh-huh.
rather than put it on the fold, I can
Yes.
use like one of those sashing strips to be the center. So I can just do it one side and then flip it for, so I have the left and the right together as one big piece.
Correct. Correct. Yes. And you could, you mean for the back? The back should
Yes.
be one piece.
Yes.
You lay it one
Okay.
way, flip it over, do it the other way. You're right.
Okay. And if I want to make a sleeve with cuffs on it, so rather than cut it at wrist length, how much longer of material should I cut it for? And I usually have longer arms, so a lot of times things are shorter on me.
Got it. So on in the pattern or in the little handouts that I sent you, there is a description of the length of the sleeve. So hold on half a second. I need to text Hawk really fast because my computer is not plugged in and it's about ready to die.
Okay, let's see. I know we have the design choices and it says,
Okay. And so then it says here, so on this page here that says variation, adjusting sleeve and coat length.
okay, I
Look at
got it.
this. So now it shows us how long the sleeve length is.
Correct.
Okay, so if you note how long you want it, so this is not, so I make a mark in here that this is not the length of the sleeve pattern. The sleeve pattern is actually
Correct.
shorter. So a lot of times people will want to put it up at their shoulder and then,
Correct.
and that doesn't work. So if
Right.
you add a little bit, if you decided you want to add 2 inches, you're just going to add it to the length. So you would
Okay.
add it here, okay, down here. If you
Mhm.
want to add a cuff, we can do it 2 different ways and that we can add it to the length here and just have it flip up, which is what I did on Belle's coat that I sent to her. We can also add a separate cuff. So if you get to a point that when you make the coat and you're unhappy with the length or you decide you want to add sleeves, we can absolutely do that by adding another chunk on here. So you have those two.
Yeah, I was just going to roll it up, flip it up.
Perfect. Then just add
And
a little bit more to it. Add,
should I taper
inches.
that extra? Should I taper that extra or should I just go straight down with
No,
adding?
you'll just go straight down.
That's what I want to know
Yeah,
too. Okay.
Absolutely. Yeah, the children's sleeve pattern here has a lot more slope to it, so I would
Mhm.
actually make it go out back here because it should
Right.
fold up and match. But the full size coat comes down pretty darn straight there at the bottom, so just keep on going straight down.
Okay, thank you.
You bet. No problem. I wasn't sure what the when it said that your computer is about to go to sleep, I wasn't sure how far away from sleep it was. So I appreciate it. I appreciated it. I kind of panicked. I was like, no one is co-hosting with me. I didn't want to shut the whole Zoom down. That would be sad. So thank you. Thanks for running back. I appreciate it. All right.
Possible for you to monitor your email.
Mhm.
Well, I want to see if we hear anything from Shank. And I thought maybe other people might be having a hard time getting in, might email you directly.
Yes. There's a couple other people who said they couldn't get in. Would you mind trying to reach out to them and give you?
Yeah.
And see if we can get them in. All right, so I'm at the point that I'm gonna cut out my collar. So I'm gonna do a collar and I'm gonna do a hood, like I said, so I can show you both. So on here, it really doesn't matter which way. My quilt is pretty generic that way, that it can go either direction. I think it'll be fine. What I've done is I folded my collar pattern in half and I want to find some place that will feel fairly centered when I put it on there. And I can kind of look at it and see. And this is a part that's always a little, like, I'm not sure. Okay, the points of your collar will be the front of your collar. Okay, this is like creates that little faux lapel. So that's something that's important to keep in mind, and that we're going to bind all of this. So trying to find a place that maybe isn't quite so thick here at the ends would be good. So I'm thinking I might shift it up and try to center it more with the white in here. And then this will end up at the front of my collar. And I feel like that looks pretty good. So really just lay it out, kind of play with it a little bit. This is what we do every time. There is no right or wrong. Oh, Deborah asked a question. To avoid the pattern ending at a breast area, where do I measure from on the pattern? Measure it on yourself. So hold the pattern up to yourself, find the apex of your bust, make an X there. So this is where I don't want it to land. Okay, that's the easiest way. You have a 1/2 inch shoulder seam, so make sure you pull it up past just a little bit. You'll be good. Thanks for answering that, Bill. Yes, it was the hip length that I made for her. And you can add some length to that if you want to. You can shorten it. You can make it a duster. You can all sorts of things. Yeah, feel free to yell out any questions that you have too. You're probably gonna have questions that I just haven't remembered to talk about yet. It happens every class.
Teresa, because the quilt is so old and kind of, uneven,
Yeah,
and the way that they made it, I can't quite get the pattern to match up, but I'll be able to get the rings to match up. Is that what
cool.
I should be looking for?
Yeah,
Like
Yeah.
in the front? Okay,
Mhm.
okay.
Yeah.
And it is a practice one, so yeah.
Totally is a practice one. And I mean, like mine, I realized like, oh, I should have shoved it over. Yeah, shrug. Like it's fine. It's gonna be cute no matter what. So
And
don't
did I
panic.
hear you say, now I made the collar in one piece,
Yeah.
so I don't have to match that really necessarily to
Nope.
anything though.
No,
Okay,
it totally doesn't. I try to
Okay.
make it centered on something, but it doesn't have to be, and it doesn't need to match anything.
Okay, thanks.
Yep, absolutely. Okay. So as much as I tell you, you don't have to match anything. Every once in a while, I want to. So I'm going to show you what I did and how I made. I'm going to try to get these to match up at the top, this curve. So what I did on this side is when I laid it out first, I went and I took my little blue marker and I marked where these lines were coming out. And then I just flipped it over here and, kind of managed it until I could get it in that place where it would do it on this side. So you can see that it doesn't actually match straight down the front. And that's because quilting kind of distorts things and gets things a little bit funky. I also cut this over just a little bit, so it needs to get wider here at the bottom. I didn't match it perfectly straight on this seam, and quilts get wonky. So that's why like trying to match is often hard because this is a brand new quilt. It doesn't have a mind of its own yet. And a lot of times, especially older quilts will definitely have a mind of their own. So I can probably get this to match okay. I'm not sure how important it will be up here when I get those sewn together, but I figured I'd give it a shot. Okay. So using your pattern, the traced paper to match, and you can do that front to front, make sure that your parts are ending up at the same point, especially if you're cutting them out of separate areas and not able to just cut right down the middle. See you guys busily working. That's great.
We're working.
How's it coming? Any questions?
Not yet.
Okay.
Teresa,
Yes.
I don't seem to have marks a half inch in on my shoulder area.
On the coat body, you wouldn't, it would be on the sleeve.
Okay, it would be on the back I'm trying to find dots there. And all the dots I have are literally just for the pockets. I don't see any shoulder
Okay.
seam dots that you said was a half inch in or something.
Right, on your sleeve piece.
On your sleeve piece,
Yeah,
okay.
on the sleeve piece.
Let me see. Let's see, sleeves. I had 2 notches and 1 notch. Is that it? No, that's
Yeah,
not a
and then
half
up at the
inch.
corners, there should be dots. And if you don't have those dots, you can just put those in a half an inch in from each edge.
Oh, wait a second, maybe these are them. Let me see. Oh, there they are. Okay, thank you.
Found them? Okay,
Yes,
good,
I
good.
did.
Yeah, and mark those on the back side, the wrong side of your fabric.
Yeah, okay. How did I, oh, I did one dot on one side and I didn't do the other dot on the other side. That's,
It happens. Yep.
that'll do it. Okay, where's D? Where's D? Yeah. Need-
Yeah, even though I've made, several dozen of these, I often forget marking the dots on my fabric, so it's definitely something we can come back to and fix later.
we did. And I marked the wrong one. There we go. Let's do that. Great, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Oh, you do that.
Yeah.
Really nice. Wow. That's,
Got it. These are all too bright. Neat. Let me go audition some more binding fabric while you guys are cutting. All right, Carrie, do you want to help me pick a binding? Since you're not cutting,
Sure.
I'm gonna make you help me pick binding.
Yeah,
Okay,
unfortunately, I'm away from my own home, so that's why I'm observing.
I totally get it. Okay, so I've got the pink, which I kind of like because it goes with that
Mm-hmm.
pretty
Mm-hmm.
nicely. And then I have this really cute little, it's like the dish ran away with the spoon and the,
Mm-hmm. Ooh, I don't know. I think that's a close second.
that one's pretty cute. And then I have this fun
Ooh,
green one.
you're making this difficult.
They all worked really well.
Green.
Green,
Green. Well, that one's pretty too.
okay, I'm gonna move the fabric so we can see it differently too.
No.
I always say pick the color you can't see.
Oh,
Ah,
yeah, because it makes it pop.
Yeah.
I kind of like the green.
yeah.
I like the green too.
I really want to like this one because it's super like kitty, it's like very childish with the little, yeah, like the counting lambs and the cow jumped over the moon and the cat and the fiddle. Like I think it's so cute, but
You
it's
wouldn't see much of that print though once you do binding out of it.
right. And it doesn't really grab
Right.
me on the edge there.
Yeah. It is super cute though.
It's really cute. And the only thing about this is I feel like this is a heavier fabric. So I feel like it might be a canvas. I'm gonna look and see if I have anything that color. It's not as thick. I have lots of novelty fabrics. I always really like them. And then I never have anything to do with them. So like I probably had this cat and the fiddle one or whatever it is like for, I don't know, 10 years. Like it's really cute. Yeah, I think that's too bright. Yes. Ooh, what about that one?
Ooh, that matches the darker lines in that one green strip there.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's kind of cute.
Teresa, fold it in like binding size. There you go.
Let me get that pink out of there so we don't have to see that.
Yeah, I would do the green just because.
Mm-hmm.
I think it looks nice.
I do too.
Yeah, I like that. The green is good. Okay. I had this cherry wood fabric too, like this.
Ooh.
This green is the right one, but I don't really want to chop it up for this.
Mm-mm.
It's like maybe there's another. Yeah, I think that one might work. Because yeah, this is a canvas which I'm sure I could use, but it wouldn't be as nice. All right. So binding is solved. All right, I'm gonna snack on a few grapes while you guys keep chopping. We got somebody else coming in. Yay. Found a couple people who still didn't get the right email when I sent it out this morning. Hey, welcome, Kelly. Which part are you cutting out now, Diane?
I'm marking my pocket line. And I think on the kids, it only has the dots for the pocket. There's no other dots I can see.
Yes.
All
Yes.
right.
For the kids one, there's just some dots on the front of where to put a patch pocket on.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, I'm done cutting out. Now,
Good.
when you say serge, the edges,
Mm-hmm. Do you have a serger?
I do, well, I have all of them. I mean, I even have the Triumph too.
That's what I have. I have a Triumph and I love it.
I have my little travel one that I just take everywhere. My Imagine, it just has been forever.
Mhm.
But so because I quilted on fabric, I'm gonna seal my edges first with stitching and then serge it, because you know
No,
how sometimes it'll
serge
slip.
it.
Yeah, it'll slip
fine.
underneath.
I
And
can-
the binding,
yeah.
how many, I just want to say, how much do I need to cut? And I know you talked about it a little bit on the Q&A.
Mm-hmm.
You know, somebody said 7 yards and I went, well,
Right. Not for a kid's coat.
no, not for
See,
kids.
I would say for the kids' coat, honestly, I would just kind of measure your edges. You're gonna bind the front edges around the bottom, around the hood, around the neckline. If you
Just the collar. I'm just doing a collar, so
right. Yeah, so measure those things out and then add another, foot or
whatever.
two.
Yeah, perfect.
That's what I would do because it really varies dramatically, even on the large size. Like I say 7, or the adult size, I say 7 yards because that will do enough for a size E long with a hood, because I wanted to make sure that you have enough. And with the kids one, I haven't figured out exactly what it is because it varies so much between, a toddler and a tween is going to be yards different. So
Yeah.
just measure them. Basically, I'm going to do that on mine because that's a great idea. Thanks. Hawk just brought me lunch, basically. It's awesome. Thank you, babe. All right. So I'm going to measure mine too, because I don't know, and I should know because I only have a limited amount of fabric for my binding.
Yeah, and that's where I'm at right now too. So I either have to be creative like you, or
get creative.
Or and how wide do you make it?
I cut my binding at 2 1/8, but in the pattern, I think I tell you 2 1/4. That's generally pretty doable for most people and creates a nice binding. So
perfect.
All right.
What size kid one are you making? I'm doing the little kid.
I am doing the little kid as well.
Okay.
Yep.
And you're doing a collar or a hood?
I'm doing a hood.
Okay, and I'm doing a collar. So we'll see how close they are.
Yeah. I'm gonna take notes here. Okay, 16. And you measure the front. Oops.
Teresa, on the pocket for the kids' coat, did you bind it or did you do how did you finish it?
I had the two pockets and then I sewed them together on the curved part, then pinked that seam, turned it inside out and bound the top edge. So the pocket has a lining. So it's
But mine is already quilted.
then I would just bind all the edge.
Okay, got it.
That's the easy way to do it. Right. Who else is close to cutting their binding? Okay, got a little while. I'm going to show you how I do it in just a minute. First, I'm going to iron my fabric. Right. So I'm going to get my binding fabric ready. Keep working on what you're working on. Cut everything out. Just so you know, I usually spray mine with a little bit of the magic crafting and quilt spray or something like that it's called. Just to make it a little bit flatter. You can use flatter or best press or anything like that. Just get rid of the wrinkles a little. Good steam iron. What number did you get to, Diane? Did you measure it yet? You're still doing it.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave the pocket measurements separate because that's kind of not normal, but
What have you gotten to though?
almost got to use my calculator.
Got
Big
it, yep.
numbers.
Yeah, it's a lot of numbers.
It's a lot of numbers.
I definitely had to write it all down because I wasn't going to remember.
So mine is 87 inches. What did you get?
I got 158.
What am I missing?
So I did the front center seam,
Yep.
the neckline all the way around, the bottom
Yeah.
hem all the way around, the bottom of the sleeves.
I did not do bottom of sleeves.
Okay, there we go. I got 24 inches for that.
Yeah, that makes sense. And then I'll add my pocket.
And then I had the hood. in
Yeah, and
the
I
front
don't
and
have
the
that.
center seam. So that was another 46 inches for the hood. So
So I just need the bottom of my sleeve and the pocket.
Yeah,
So
and
my
that makes a lot of
87
sense. Yeah.
is just the collar, the bottom, front, back, and the front placard in the front.
Yes.
Okay.
So I said I need 180 inches of binding. I would assume that you probably need like 150, what I would have. And Carrie, if you come up with any questions, you feel free, jump in, ask me.
No problem.
Okay.
I'm learning a lot.
Okay, because you got to remember all of this when you get home.
Oh, I'm making notes.
Oh, good. Good, good. Glad to hear it. So it is a lot to remember.
Okay, what was your guess for me?
For how much I think that you should have, I was thinking like 120.
I got 149,
Okay.
but that's fine.
Ah, yeah. I got 158, but I didn't measure the collar. So
Yeah.
I measured the hood. So it sounds like the hood and the collar are actually kind of close in how much binding it takes. So that's interesting. Always fascinating to me. That seems like a huge number too.
Well, you have lining. That's the thing. You're lining yours, right? You're not, you didn't
No,
quilt it.
no. No,
You're
mine
not.
is quilted. Yeah. I cut
Yeah,
it.
but I mean, you still have to bind where, when you attach your hood is the same as me attaching the collar, basically.
Right. With the hood, you end up, so with the hood, you sew this curve together and then you bind it and then you bind this front edge. And the collar, you're going to bind this. So that's the difference in the sizes, is that this has like the two pieces of binding. So around,
Because I quilted mine, I actually need more for my collar. What do you do about the bottom seam where you attach it to the coat?
it'll get bound on the whole outside of it. So it's the neckline, whatever your neckline is,
Mm-hmm.
you've already counted for that binding
Yes.
because you're going to bind it in one fell swoop.
Okay, got it. What's your number you got for yours?
I got 158.
I'm gonna do the same, which who cares if you have leftover?
It should be fine. I'm going to cut mine at 180 inches.
Yeah, me
I'm
too. I'm
fine
gonna do
with
more.
that.
Agreed. Who wants to do that again? Not
Nobody.
me.
No,
Mm-mm.
not me. I'm going to see if I can find some more of that fabric. And I have more.
So after we get everything cut, are we supposed to serge?
Yes, if you've got everything cut, you're gonna go ahead and serge. So let me see if I could find my little thing. Here it is. So I did a little bit, and I don't know if you can see it very well. I tried to get you to be able to see it with the white. But you can just serge the edge. I use a 3-thread overlock, and I just serge the edges all together, and that's what I'm going to do too on mine. You can also use the overlock stitch on your machine. I did it at the default, which I think was 3.5 by 3.5, and I didn't like it, so I moved it up to 4.5 by 4.5, and I like this better. So this will just kind of seal your edges. You can also just do a regular zigzag, and that will work totally fine too. It takes a little bit of time, but it is worth it in that it makes the inside of your coat much nicer. And it will keep the edges from kind of pulling apart. Because like what Diane was talking about, like the quilting will kind of come apart at those edges.
Right.
Your machine, if you happen to have, if you're sewing on a featherweight, you can absolutely just do a straight stitch all the way around.
I have a serger, so.
Yeah. So if you've got a
Um,
serger, let's just run it through.
Well, and I'm gonna have to, I didn't even think about the binding, and
Mhm.
I don't have any fabric that would match this in my
Okay.
dozen yards of fabric because it's so vintage. So I'll probably have to look at like thrift stores. So I'll just watch that part.
Yep, you totally can. Yep. What is the
Okay.
backing on yours?
It is like a muslin. I suppose I could use that.
If you
know,
have
it's just
to
the
be able
white.
to use for the pocket binding, that would be helpful. So you don't have to bind the
Okay.
whole quilt with that, but we're going to do the Hong Kong finish on the pocket. So if you
Okay.
could have just a couple pieces of muslin for the
Okay.
pockets, and this doesn't,
Okay.
this isn't for you or me, Diane, but for the pockets, we're going to do the Hong Kong finish, and you're going to need a 1 1/4 inch strip that's cut on the
Okay.
bodice and 20 inches long.
Okay, I can do that.
So if you
Sure.
can do that, then
And
because
that's on the that's on the
I'm-
inside, right?
Yes, yeah,
So
that's
it
why
could be
if you have
anything
something
anyways.
that's similar to your lining or your backing on the fabric, it's going to work out great.
Okay,
Yeah,
thanks. Yeah, I
We do
didn't
that.
think about. Okay, thank you.
yeah, absolutely. So if you've gotten to the point that you've got most everything cut out, you can go ahead and
Mhm.
serge or zigzag. It's probably going to take us probably another at least 25 minutes or so before we'll get to start doing anything else. Usually in class, it's usually about 3 hours in that we get to like actually start sewing. So I think we're kind of on time.
So are you gonna start cutting binding?
I will. I'd like to get everybody cut
Okay.
and then we'll do the binding. Where are you at, Carol? Can you tell me how far you've gone in your cutting?
I have the back, I have one front, I'm working on the second front now, then I have the sleeves and the pocket and collar.
Okay, still left to do, right?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No problem. Just keep chugging along. Deborah, where are you at?
I am ready to serge.
The surge. Okay.
Yeah, but I decided I don't like my binding, so I have to go find something else.
Okay, if you want to work on the serging, I'm going to leave this fabric here. I'm going to go serge my pieces, then I'll come back and then we'll talk about cutting the binding. Okay, and I'll show you how I do it. So you can find the binding, but get your stuff serged and then we'll go forward with binding stuff. Because the first thing we're actually going to do is bind that pocket. So we'll want to make sure that we have some. The rest of the binding is going to come later in the project and won't be needed quite as fast. Okay, does anybody have any other questions?
No.
Hey, I'm gonna go serge my stuff. My serger is in my like personal studio, not the filming studio. So I'm gonna go over there. I think, Hawk, are you still in the meeting? No, it looks like he got out. Deborah, do you have a question?
Yeah, binding the pocket, we could use a different fabric than what we're going to do the rest of the quilt.
Absolutely. Yep.
Okay.
And if you have, so remember that it's going to go on the lining side, the backing side of your jacket. So if you want it to kind of blend in, choose something that's similar to that, or you can make it pop and choose a binding that's totally different. Okay.
All right.
Yep.
Thank you.
Whatever you would like to do. All right. So I'm going to go do these. Hawk is not still in the classroom, but I do have the volume up. So hopefully I'll hear you. I'll come back and check periodically. Okay. I'll be back. All right. Do you guys survive without me? Just keep plugging away. So the serging isn't absolutely necessary, but it does make it nicer. And I find it easier to put the binding on when I have serged it. And usually with quilts, I actually use the serger to attach the binding. And those big long straight lines, it does a perfect 1/4 inch seam allowance and turns out gorgeous. All right, I seem to have lost a hood somewhere along the way. Kind of down. Right. Now I got all my pieces. All right, I'm gonna get ready and cut my binding. So I'm gonna show you how I do it. And then you can do it however you want to. But people always ask me, how do you cut your binding? So I'm going to show you how I cut my binding. All right. So what I have here, and it's really just so that you can see it a little bit better, is just two fat quarters of fabric. In the pattern, I recommend using a yard of fabric. And that's really because we're going to cut a lot this direction. And I like to have the longest bias pieces I can. So when you're doing continuous binding, where you cut it and you sew it together and then you have to cut along the lines that you drew, you end up getting a lot of seams in it. And I don't want a lot of seams on my binding. So I do it a way that doesn't seem quite as clever, but I like the way that it works. Okay. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to straighten up my selvage edge. And I'm just going to trim that off. Whole thing up here on my board. Okay. Okay, so now I've got a straight edge here and I want to get a straight edge over here as well. So I'm going to just use my ruler. Sorry about the glare. But I'm going to use my ruler. I line it up against a line that's on my ruler. So the cut edge is right along this line. And then I'm going to trim this top edge. Whoops. Whoop. I moved. There we go. All right. Okay, so now I've got two straight edges. I did both my layers at once because I'm going to cut two of them, but I'm not going to actually cut the binding all at once. I'm going to do it one at a time. So I have a straight edge here and a straight edge here, and I want to make those match. Okay, so this is my bias edge here, and that's what I want to be able to use. This is long enough that it sort of works with the camera about how it'll work in real life. Well, this is where my iron spit on it. Don't leave water in your iron. Yeah, super frustrating. Luckily it was on the back. So I've gotten it folded. So this is my bias, and I'm just going to fold this again so that these match. Then what I need to do is I need to make sure that this is going to match along the bottom. Let's see if this ruler is long enough. Almost. Okay. So I'm going to line up my fold down here against a line on my ruler. Okay, and you can do this straight out. I just want you to be able to see what I'm doing. So that's why I folded it now. I would usually fold it somewhere along the way, but not always on my first. So I've lined up the fold of my fabric right here. And then I'm just gonna cut it off. Come on. There we go. Oh, Teresa might need a new blade. All right, and then I'm gonna just shove this up a little bit so that I can keep it along this edge and cut the rest of it off. So I try really hard not to move my fabric while I'm doing this. If you are able to, at this point, I just rotate the whole mat. Okay. I'm going to take this off. I have the Sew Tights one, and so the magnet will totally distort this if I don't take it off. So I'm just going to move this around. So now my cut edge is here, and that fold is up here. Okay, so I just turned it 90 degrees. Now I'm going to use the ruler again because it'll be easier. Now I can go ahead and measure over how big I want to cut it. So like you can cut it 2 1/4, 2 1/8, whatever you'd like to do. 2 1/4 is kind of the default. All right, and then I'm just going to cut it right along here. Do another one. Okay, and I would just cut a bunch of these. I have to measure this and see how big they are. Because it's out of a fat quarter, it's going to be pretty small. So I will usually do a few of these, and generally I will leave off the shortest areas and not sew those together at all. So I sew my longest pieces together so that I can have less seam allowances. All right, so now I've got my pieces cut. Now, because of the way that we laid them out, the ends are different. Do you see that? Okay, we need them all to go in the same direction. And they're all different lengths because they came from different parts of the fat quarter. Okay, so I'm gonna lay these together. And I'm just gonna kind of even up these ends. Okay. Okay, so I can see that on this one, I want these ends to go this way, and I want this end to do that same thing. So I'm gonna fix it. Not on there. Not might be too many layers. Let's see how many I've got there. 1, 2, 3, 4. I might be able to do that. Okay, so what I'm going to do is trim off this end so it's at 45 degrees. There. No, that's not going to work. Everybody else does this too, where you twist the ruler and twist the ruler trying to figure out where is the right line to line up. Okay, so here's my 45, and I'm going to line it up across the top of this. So I've got my 45 line right here along the edge of my fabric. I'm going to trim that. So when I put these all together, I want them to all be this direction so that, for instance, this would sew to here now, and I can make my big long continuous binding here. But what I want to do is I want to get both ends to be the same direction and actually truthfully at a 45, because we got it pretty close, but it doesn't mean we got it actually right. Okay. So I'm just lining up my raw edges here. And this one has the lower ones, the points go this way, and we all need to go this way. So again, I'm going to switch this around so I can put my ruler on the same direction. Okay, I don't really care if they're even much past that because it doesn't matter. What it matters is right here at the corner. So again, I'm going to cut it. Making sure it's at the 45. Okay, now I know that both of those ends are on the 45, and I'm going to be able to sew them end to end here and have a bunch of binding. So I will see how much I was able to get out of one fat quarter because I'm curious now. And I actually could get a little bit more, but even this size binding this is such a short amount. I hate sewing them in. So, all right, so let's see. I've got 24, 16, maybe 40, 57. I'm going to say 60, 87, 107, 120. So it sounds like, Diane, you might be able to get enough binding out of one fat quarter pretty easily, which is awesome.
I was talking to my sister who only calls me on Friday at 3. Why is she calling me now? So I missed the part where you did your square.
Well, I did it. So basically, so I cut it this way, I cut it this way, and then I cut it at the 45s. Did you catch any of that?
I missed just the very beginning where you
Just the very
folded.
beginning.
Yeah.
Yeah, so basically all I do is I just straighten up two sides so that when I fold it, I can make them even. Because when you get it cut from the store, they aren't always cut super straight. And even
Correct.
fabric is printed so it's not super straight. I kind of got lucky with this that it's pretty good on this one. Gets a little wonky here. It's all right. Using a directional fabric or a directional print like this is not always your smartest idea. It's going to be really cute though. Okay, so then I'm just making each of those ends match.
But how did you fold your fat quarter? That's what I missed.
Okay, let me show you again. Let me put these. No problem. Because I have to cut more. So it's great. Okay, so this was the side that I trimmed off this side using my ruler. I trimmed off this side and then I trimmed off this side. So there's only the two that I care about. And then I'm going to fold this in half so that my raw edges are matching. And I know that those two lines are straight and that they're at a 90-degree angle, which is really the important part. Okay. Then normally what I do, and I'll do it this way this time, is I will take this big long piece, and you can imagine it's twice this long when you're doing it with the yardage, the whole yard of fabric. But then I will cut off this edge. I'm going to slide my ruler up. Make sure it stays lined up. That was not what I wanted. Sometimes the magnets get in the way. All right, so now I've got it a big long bias strip here. And that's really what I want, is that long bias strip. So then once I've gotten it here, I'm just going to fold this in half, and then I can cut my strips a lot easier. So now I can put it on here, making sure that my 1/2-inch line is on the right side. Then I'm going to line up my cut edge of the fabric. And then it's a really good idea to come up here at the top and make sure that this is matching a line here. It's really easy to start getting it a little bit tweaked. And then by the time you've made 4 or 5 cuts, you're really quite off. And if you get this off, what happens is that's when you get that little V. So I'm going to cut this real quick. So I'm going to cut this one purposely a little bit wrong. Okay, so if we've gotten these together, that's the way I want it. Okay, so I got my raw edges together. And then I'm going to put this on here. If I don't match this line up to the fold and make sure that it's straight, it's going to be wonky. So this could be cut a little weird.
Doing okay? Need anything?
I cut it here.
Could you go get me a
I'm not sure
soda?
who's talking.
Somebody.
Somebody.
Yes.
If I can mute. There we go. Maybe it was her. Okay, so if I cut this and it's not quite on this line, right? And it looks, I mean, even though it's here, it looks fairly okay. Doesn't match up there. And this one didn't do too bad because it's short, but this is where you start to get a little wobble. And so it'll do it worse for you guys. Because what happens is over time, it starts to get worse and worse. And so you end up with like this kind of thing, where it'll go weird. Let's see if it'll do it this time, where it starts to do a V. Yeah, so that's what will happen is if it's not on this fold, it'll start to V. And what happens is that the first few will turn out okay. And then as you get slightly off and slightly off and slightly off, it gets really off. And it's kind of like when you're quilting, that same thing can happen. And it's just because it's not placed on the fold. So that's the important part there, is make sure that it's actually on the fold both ways. So I'm going to go ahead and trim up the rest of my bind there. And fix this stuff. Now I can trim off that corner. I'm going to use my non-sticky ruler this time. Sometimes the magnets of the sew tights are a little more than I want. So again, just mark it on the 45. I'm gonna do the same thing. So I want it to be at the same angle on this end. These are pretty close to all the same length, so I'm just gonna leave them there. And then cut these on the 485. Okay, so now I have all of my strips cut so that I can sew these together end to end, and I'll have enough binding. So my dots are clearly not going to match each other, and I don't care. So it's totally fine. But this is something to keep in mind when you're cutting binding, is that sometimes the directionality of it can get a little wonky. Not always what you want. Okay, I'm gonna leave that one aside in case I need it for the sleeve. Okay, if you are cutting your binding and you're going to use it for the pocket, we're going to need 2 pieces that are 20 inches long and 1¼ inches wide. So the way I do that is the same way that I'm going to have it folded. Okay, and this is not how we do it for the kids' coat, so you are fine for the grown-up coat. We need a couple of these little guys. Okay. So then you'll have 2 pieces like this that are extra skinny. So you should have all of your binding pieces and then 2 pieces that are 20 inches long and 1¼ inches wide. That is weirdly distracting with those dots on there. Looks like Carol has quilt scraps. Always good.
Teresa,
Mm-hmm.
what is the width of the binding again for the pockets? Is that 1¼ regardless if it's
Yep.
adult or child?
Yeah, 1¼ inches.
Okay, and
Yeah.
for the rest of the binding, it's the 2¼
Yep, you can do it at 2¼
Okay,
Yep.
or
well, whatever you like it to do. So I do it at 2 1/8. Some people do it at 2, some 2½. Whatever
Okay.
you're comfortable putting binding on, because we're going to machine bind this.
right. And
Whatever makes you
for
comfortable.
doing it as yardage, not as fat quarter, start with a yard of fabric.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Yeah. And then I'm just going to sew these together the way that you normally do, overlap them. And then we're going to sew from valley to valley along here. So I'm going to go ahead and sew my binding pieces together. With my 1/4 inch butts. And when I sew my binding pieces together, I do shrink my stitch length down to a 2.0, just so it's a little bit tighter. I would like to be able to back stitch at the beginning and the end of these, but it often is just not doable because the stuff falls apart. So I just make a tinier stitch. Just keep making rows of this. If they don't match, it's totally fine. Gonna panic. Really, the goal is to sew from valley to valley. So if I put my needle in and I pop my fabric right up to that first little valley, and then I'm going to sew to the next one. So I could put my laser on and aim for this corner here.
I hate to ask again.
No.
How do you fold it? I can't bring the fat quarter piece to the folded yardage.
Okay, so did you cut one side?
Well, I guess what I mean is I have 1 yard of fabric
Uh-huh.
by 44 inches long.
Great. So what I want you to do is cut off the selvage side and make it nice and straight.
Okay, both selvage sides?
Nope, just one.
Okay.
All good.
It's
And I promise you can ask me the same question 800 times and it'll be fine.
just that the brain just doesn't.
Totally.
The brain
Totally.
is
I
dead.
always tell people in class, like, you'll make mistakes or not understand things because we are learning a bunch of new things and you're just being told what to do and then you're trying to do it. And it does kind of overwhelm our brains a little bit. So
I've
do
never,
not feel
I've
bad.
never
Ask
done
again.
bias. I've never done bias before.
Got it. Okay. So
Okay.
trim off the selvage side.
I've got one selvage side trimmed.
Okay, great. So now what I want you to do is I'm going to get another piece of fabric here and lay it down for you. So again, we can see if I can find something that's not super printed. Okay, so okay, so we're gonna pretend this is your big, here's my grapes, your big long piece of fabric. So this is your yard of fabric, right?
Right.
Okay, so I'm going to trim off this side.
Okay, that's your selvage quote.
This is my selvage, yeah. So we're just gonna cut this selvage off just like you did.
And I'm assuming right side up.
Doesn't really matter.
Okay.
Okay, so I've cut off the one selvage side, and now what we need to do is we need to make this side up here straight as well, and I need it to come off at a 90-degree angle. So I can see that mine isn't cut perfectly straight, which is fine. So now I'm going to use my ruler. I'm going to put it on here, line up one of the lines on my ruler against the cut that I just made. And then I'm going to trim this along here to make it straight and at a 90 degrees.
Right.
So then you're going to trim that one. So that's a long cut because you're going to do the whole 44 inches all the way across.
Yep.
Okay. And the less you have to move it, the better.
Correct.
So that's why a lot of times, like I said, I'll swap my whole cutting mat around. In here, it's a little harder because it kind of fits in a specific place. But on my big cutting table, I always have another mat on top that I use. Okay, so we'll get that other side cut. I was like, y'all saw me sew two of them together and then I couldn't find them anywhere. So they'd fallen to the floor. So let me know when you've got that cut all the way across, okay?
Yep, I just have to move it around a little bit. So.
Yeah. All good. Be patient.
Trying not to stretch it.
Yeah. Because widthwise we'll have some stretch.
Yes.
Teresa, both ends are 45, same direction, right?
Same direction. Yep, that's the important part.
One more cut here. Okay. Now what?
Okay, so now you have your long straight edge and then your side straight edge, right?
Correct,
Okay,
yes.
so then you're going to take your side straight edge here
Mm-hmm.
and you're going to fold it up here like this. Okay, so you're just going to make it in a big triangle.
Yeah, I just need long arms so I can. reach
Yes, yeah. If we could just
table.
like Elastigirl and make our arms longer, it would be really nice.
I don't have much height on me to begin with. I'm barely 5'2", so reaching across the 4-foot table.
It's a lot. It's a lot
Yes.
for sure. So you're just going to line this up.
Yep,
Right along, so line them up across the edge there. Okay.
yep.
If it's not perfect, it's fine. And then I give it kind of just a little hand press to make sure that they kind of stick together here. And then you're
Mhm.
going to fold. So see if I can move this up here. So this is my bottom edge, and I'm going to fold the fold against itself. So it's going to be fold to fold now.
Okay, let
Okay.
me finish folding it all the way down. Okay, there we go. Actually, I'm using my ruler to make that crease.
Yeah, that works out well.
Hold on, I gotta move it up a little bit more. Now, I'm gonna take the bottom left and I'm gonna do what with her?
So this is how we've gotten it up into this position, right? And now we're going to take the bottom fold, the
Mhm.
bottom corner, and bring it
Mhm.
up to the top corner.
Oh, this way.
So we fold it in a triangle the other direction.
Got it. That's where I
Okay.
think I got totally discombobulated.
Yeah, so you could leave it in this big fold and cut it this way, but it
Mhm.
is, you know,
A lot.
it's a lot, especially when you're doing a yard. So then I fold it in half, and now you should have two folds
Yep,
together.
okay.
Okay, so let's get to that.
Okay,
Okay, so does it look sort of like this?
it does.
Okay, and then you've got the
does.
two folds
Now-
together.
I took the bottom right to the edge.
Mm-hmm.
So that the bottom fold that I brought over on top to the right is matched up to the edge. The
Okay.
initial fold, yes,
Yeah,
correct,
so those two folds are together.
correct.
Now, what we're gonna do, and this might not be absolutely a perfect 45, but it is close enough. that
Close
it's the
enough.
highest cut. So we're
Mhm.
just gonna cut off this fold. So to do that, I need to use a line on my ruler and line it up against the bottom, the big fold of the fabric. So
Yeah,
we're
the
gonna cut off
bottom.
these two little folds.
Okay, no, wait a second.
Okay, so that
Mm,
so this is the, so I'm gonna lay
This-
it out again. So here is, so we took our corner,
Yeah,
fold it up,
yeah,
okay, then I take that bottom corner and fold it up.
I just have too much fabric, so.
It's a lot of fabric.
Yeah, it's a lot more fabric than your little piece is showing.
Yes.
Okay, now I have it. I have the triangle point at the bottom like you do. So
Okay,
it
so like
certainly
this.
looks folded correct.
Okay, and then you've got two folds here.
I have two folds on the right side, correct?
Okay, so now just twist it so that your two folds are over on the right side
Okay,
and the main fold of the fabric is on the bottom.
got it.
Okay. And
Okay.
now we're going to cut off that fold here. And that's what's going to give us our straight line to start cutting our binding with.
Okay. Oh,
Okay.
now if it's,
Does that make a little bit more sense now?
I think so.
Okay.
Yes.
So
let
once
me-
you've gotten it to here, this isn't quite as overwhelmingly huge. It's still going to be like 25 inches long, tall.
Correct. Okay,
It's
so
a
cut
little
off those two folds.
So we're going to cut off those two folds. And so, like I said, what I do is I put it so that my ruler has a line across the bottom.
That's what I did.
Okay, and it doesn't matter how much of this double fold that you cut off, you can
Mhm.
get it right up to the edge, or you can have a big floppy part there, and it doesn't.
Yeah, I did a little.
Okay, it won't matter. So then we're going to cut that off.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then you're going to have this will be the bias of your fabric. So see how much stretch that
Keepers.
has?
That's not going to fit on my cutting mat.
You can fold it again if you need to.
So can I keep it folded when I cut?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, keep
So-
it folded like this. And then sometimes if I'm using big yardage and I don't have much table, after I get this initial cut done, then I'll fold it up and make those two edges match.
Ah, that's what I like to do with my GE Design Tripology ruler.
Yes. Yeah. It works very, very well. So then at that point, then you can start cutting your 2.5s
2.5s.
or 2.25s. 2.25 is better.
2.25.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Now, so if you do that for a yard of fabric, how many inches do you get?
You get a lot. So I usually cut 5 of those strips.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll cut my initial, like cut the folds off, and then I'll do 5 2.25 inch or 2.5 inch strips. 2.25 each.
And do you have a preference for yourself, 2.5 or 2.25 for binding? For
I do 2.8. That's why I can't ever remember. Yeah. I like them really skinny. But it isn't to everyone's taste.
I'll do 2.25. Get my 2.25 over here.
All right. So now,
Teresa,
yes.
this is Kippy. And since I'm doing this all in Minky, of course, I'm not going to cut my binding that way, correct?
Correct.
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 And so how wide should I cut my binding?
You would cut it the same that you would do for a regular cuddle quilt. So do you normally do it at 1 3/4 or 2 inches?
I like to do it a little bit bigger.
Okay.
I
So do it
usually-
however you want to.
Okay.
You're gonna bind it the way that you normally bind.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then, well, and usually I cheat, so try not to have to bind, but I don't mind binding. And then would I be smarter, because this is taking me, every
All
time
good.
I'm trying to get this figured out,
It's all good.
it's changing.
We have tomorrow, so.
Yeah, I know. So, but today you're gonna do on the pockets, the whatever it's called, the Hong Kong or Hong
Hong Kong.
Hong Kong
Hong Kong
stick?
finish. Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
I'll show you how to do that on the pocket. Yep.
Okay, so we're doing the Hong Kong thing. So it seems to me I should cut my pocket out, because we're
Yes.
not gonna do it in the seams anyway. I should cut my pocket out,
Mm-hmm.
and then so my pocket, so the pocket's gonna go through the seam, so so I really need to do my pocket with both sides of quilting, so to speak.
Yeah, you like the first thing that we're gonna do really anything with is gonna be the pocket, and then we'll deal with the back. So if you want to get those two done first.
Yeah,
the
that's
pocket-
what I'm doing.
Yeah, the pocket is the most important. We'll do that first, and then we'll move on to attaching it to the back of the coat.
Oh, okay.
Okay. But anything that you don't get today, like I said, we're just going to do it again tomorrow, and tomorrow will be a lot of, people where they're at, and we'll work individually with
Right. And you're videoing this, so we can go back and see with cotton how you cut that binding and blah, 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 right?
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. That's the whole idea, is that the things that you missed, we'll be able to come back, be able to watch it again. No problem. Yeah.
Okay. And of course, the pocket's not going to really even show. It's
The
just going
pocket
to go inside.
Yes. Yeah.
Right. That's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
Yep. And especially on yours, if you're using like a cuddle lining and not a cuddle backing, then it won't show at all. If you're using the cuddle backing, it'll show on the inside of your quilt coat.
You're using a cuddle lining, not a cuddle.
So if you're using a
Oh,
line,
no, I'm going to quilt everything.
okay. Then
So
it'll
I'm not
show
gonna
it
use
still
a
a little bit.
lining. I'm going to do it as if it were a quilt, and then Hong Kong everything.
Cool. Good.
whatever that means. All right, thank you very much.
You bet.
And I can use the material that I'm using for the binding. I can use that for my lining for my pocket, can I?
Yes.
Good.
Yes. Yep. So once you've gotten to the point that you have a pocket and your 1¼ inch strips, let me,
22 inches.
so, because then we'll start to go forward here pretty quick. Okay. I'll give it-
Now, instead of cutting the ends to sew the binding together, I mean, I usually do it at the, 90-degree angle, cut it diagonal, and then,
Totally. If that's easier for you, do it that way.
thank you.
Yep.
Just wanted to make sure.
Yep. Yeah, there's a lot of this that if you're a quilt maker and you've made lots of quilts and you've bound lots of quilts, it's simple because it really is. I really did design it to work like a quilt in
Good.
a lot of ways. So whatever works for you with doing your binding or how you want to cut it or sew it together, you do.
Well,
Okay.
the one I'm gonna make after this is a GE design one that I have made, but I didn't want to use that one today.
Nice. I have one that I made and I can't remember which quilt it was that I used. Anyway, I did the whole top.
Mm-hmm.
Got it ready to go, but I haven't quilted it. And usually Hawk does the quilting. And then
Right.
all of our moves, I kind of just forgot about it. And I found it the other day and I was like, oh, I should finish this. So soon I will have a GE Designs one too.
Yes, well, this one, I can't remember the name of it, the square in the square,
Uh-huh.
and it'll be nice.
It'll be nice.
So Teresa, are bindings gonna be the same size as the Hong Kong?
No.
Or should I be doing my binding for the Hong Kong? I can still do it with Minky, but do it smaller?
Yep.
What, one
Yep.
of those?
Do it the second way. So you'll cut your binding for everything else at the regular size. And then for the Hong Kong finish, we'll do it at 1¼
1¼
Mhm.
Okay. And it's just for the pocket
Yes.
or for everything?
Just for the
And
anywhere
then
you
the
do a Hong
sleeves
Kong
and
finish.
stuff.
So a Hong Kong finish, you'll use the smaller binding.
The 1¼
Okay.
And a Hong Kong finish is only going to be used on like your seam allowances.
Right. So I'm just gonna cut enough for the pocket for today,
Sounds good.
the 1¼
Yeah,
Okay, thank you very much.
you bet. And that needs to be about 20 inches long.
Oh, okay, thank you.
So yeah, if you cut a strip the width of fabric and cut that in two, that would work perfect.
Okay, super.
All right. I think I have binding. For my little coat. All right. So see if you can get to a point that you are ready to do the pocket. And then if you are, come to the screen and let me know. And did you know that you can raise your hand? The little button that's at the bottom. And if you do that, I'll know that you're ready. And that would be awesome. Let me get my stuff together so I can show you how to do that. So much stuff on my table. Really? Like I wish I were in the other room because it's bigger, but the filming stuff isn't here. So yeah, which is why I'm doing a smaller coat, because honestly, trying to do a big one on my, what is this, 18 by 24 inch mat sounds like a terrible idea. All right. Okay, are you ready to go forward, Deborah?
Yes.
Okay, so you've got a little piece of 1¼ inch binding and a pocket.
Well, no, I don't have it all cut out, but I was going to watch.
Okay, if you want to do it with me, it's easier, but you can do it later too. it's a nice little thing to kind of work through. So we'll do that. Okay. So you can definitely watch. We'll figure it out. Let's see. Diane, where are you at? Are you ready to do the pocket? Was that a go ahead?
I don't see the hand.
It's down at the bottom. Yeah.
I had
That said, you know what? They all have different interfaces, so it depends on what you're using. If you're using an iPad, it's going to be different. I don't know where it's at, so it's fine. It's
Okay.
okay. So you're ready. Good, good. All right, Peachy, where are you at? Do you have a pocket ready?
I have a pocket ready, but I don't have the binding ready yet, so I'll just
Okay.
watch. I've been serging, so.
Oh, okay. No, just go cut one piece of your 1 1/4 inch of the muslin.
Okay.
It'll be easier if you do it with me. I promise. It'll make a lot more sense.
So I guess we ought to fire up the sewing machine now.
Yeah, we're gonna fire up the sewing machine. Finally, we're actually gonna sew. You did a zigzag. You've been sewing a little bit, but yeah, it takes us a little while to get there. Yeah, I have the opportunity to teach this class up at the Sewing and Stitchery Expo up in Seattle in February, late February, early March. And she asked me if there was any way I could teach it in 4 hours. And I'm like, I don't think so. Like, I can't figure out how to take enough time out of it unless I like had everybody's, fabric. They just used what I gave them and it was pre-cut, but then I have to choose sizes for people. So I'm not sure what I'm going to do. It's a nice idea, but there's a bunch of this that just requires actually, like, we don't want you to cut it out before you get there because you don't necessarily know what size you're going to do and, all sorts of stuff. Okay, let me grab one of my samples here so I can show you kind of what the finish is going to be. It's helpful to understand. Okay, so while you're cutting out your little strip of bias binding, I'm going to talk to you just a little bit about the pocket. The pocket construction here, it's kind of known as being weird and also genius. So just follow along with me. Trust the process. It's going to work out beautifully. The pocket sits really nicely in the side seam, so you don't really see it. And we only cut 2 pockets because we use the front of the jacket as the other side of the pocket. So this always confuses people. But it works really well. And I really like the way that it just kind of hides in there. So when you turn it to the back side, and this is one that I use the Hong Kong finish actually matching the lining, so you can see how nice it just fades in there. But you'll see that this whole edge is going to be bound. The other thing to note is that if you are doing a hip length, you're going to cut off the bottom of the pocket, and that's what it should be. So when we get our pocket on, a lot of times people are like, wait, and my pocket is hanging out. And I'm like, that's the way it's supposed to be. You could always make your jacket just a little bit longer, but this way works really nicely. Okay, but we're going to bind this edge here. So on your pocket, it's important to, oh, that poor thing is just going to blow it out. Okay, move that. It's important to note that the part that you're going to see of your pocket is the wrong side. Okay, because it's inside of your coat. We want it to kind of fade into our coat. So when it's in here, we want it to be like this where you're not going to see it. Should you want to, and this happens all the time, that people have some cool vintage quilt that they want to be able to see that inside, it's totally fine. You can absolutely do it this way. You're going to cut out 2 like facing ones, so you can just swap them. You could have it facing out like this if you want to. And a lot of people do that when they have like I said, a cool vintage quilt that they really like the motif here, embroidered, that sort of thing. You could put it so it shows. I do it so it doesn't show. Okay. So when we're going to sew this on here, this is the end as it's going to be on this side. But first we're going to get our pocket ready before we sew it on. Okay. I just want you to understand that you're going to see the back side of this. All right. That to the side. Here's my piece. I kind of wonder if I'm gonna use the green because you guys will be able to see it better. So this is the piece that I cut that's 1 1/8 inches or 1 1/4 inches wide. So excuse me. So a Hong Kong finish. Shoot. I'm gonna take a drink real quick. Otherwise, I'm gonna keep coughing. Okay, so a Hong Kong finish is like a fancy couture way of finishing seam allowances, and it's used a lot in couture clothing or higher end clothing. But it works really well for a lot of different things, and it works really well in this pattern to cover up the seam allowances and to make them really nice. So when I did Belle's jacket that she showed earlier, all of that is bound in the yellow that I used for the whole thing. So on the inside, those seams kind of pop and you can see them more. You can absolutely just let it blend in by using the fabric that matches what it's going to show. The thing to remember is that you're going to see it differently in a side seam than you will on this pocket. So what we always want to think about is what are we going to see? Because that's where we want to sew the binding on first. So in this coat pattern, the first thing we're going to see with the pocket is actually the lining side or the backing side of the pocket. That's the part that we're going to see when it is sewn onto the coat. So we're going to put the binding, sewing it onto the lining side first, because that's the pretty side. That's what we want to show. So we're going to put it on there first. All right. So I've got my pocket here. All right. I've got my binding strip. I'm going to sew it onto the part I'm going to see, which in this case is my lining or my backing fabric. And I'm just going to sew it on around this edge. Just see, I have to have a stiletto around here, otherwise I'm going to go get one real quick. I kind of love my stiletto. Hold on, half a sec. All right, here we go. So this is, oh, forgot which camera we're at. This is the tool that I love so much. So it is the by Annie precision stiletto. It's what it's called. If you've watched me on Sew Together Tuesday, you know exactly how much I love this thing. It just works for all sorts of projects. I sew with it all the time. I think I probably have 5 laying around the studio. So it just helps me in so many ways. And in this one, it's going to help a lot. So what I want to do is I want to sew this along here, along this edge, and I just use my stiletto to keep it where I want it to. So first, I'm going to pin the very edge of it. So I'm going to demo this, and then I'll have you do it, okay? So what I'm doing is I lined up my raw edge of my binding with the raw edge of my pocket right there at the corner, okay? And now I'm going to go sew it on. So let me switch cameras for you. Okay, I've got my 1/4 inch foot on here. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to start stitching. I'll back stitch. Okay, and all I'm going to do is work my way around here. So I use the stiletto to kind of keep this along the edge. I'm not going to pin it or try to do anything. I'm also not going to pull it. So one of the things about bias binding is that it's stretchy, and we want that because we're going to go around this curve. But we also don't want to stretch it as we go, because what that will do is just make your pocket kind of curl up. So we're just going to take our time and stitch around here. Okay, as it starts to build up, you can lift your foot. Let's see. Get it to lift. Okay, and you can just shove this stuff back. Put my foot lifter thing on. Can't remember what it's called, a hover, the hover. Okay, so I'm just gonna sew this on. Take my time. I'm just making sure that my raw edge is over there. It's important to get a 1/4 inch. If you struggle a little bit getting a 1/4 inch, what I do is I suggest that you sew it on smaller than a 1/4 inch to get it attached where it's supposed to be attached. Then come back around and do your second line of stitching at a 1/4 inch. And I do that for lots of different things. Okay, so I'm just gonna. So, and this is the tight part of the curve of the bottom. So I started with the harder side, of course. Okay. I'm just gonna work our way around. And now as it starts to get a bigger, gentler curve, I can sew a little bit faster. But I want to keep that nice and even along the edge. Okay, the other thing about bias binding that's really good is because you can kind of see it here, there's a weave that goes this way. If one of these threads pop, it only makes it weak right here. Whereas if you do it straight of grain, if you pop a stitch here and the thread goes, or you pop a thread here and the thread goes all the way across, you weaken that entire piece of binding. So the bias binding wears a lot better and it's much more adaptable for things. And if you're making an heirloom quilt, I really suggest that you use a bias binding for longevity's purpose. So I'm gonna come around here. Again, I'm gonna kind of have to tweak this real good. Use my stiletto. Okay. And the 1/4 inch, we want to make sure it's a 1/4 inch from the edge. So if your binding gets a little narrower there, it's totally fine. But we do want it 1/4 inch from the outside edge. So like right here, my binding is a little short right there, but the edge is out here. That's what I want. That's what I care about is my 1/4 inch to this side. All right. So once I've gotten this sewn on, I'm just going to press this up. You can use the end of my stiletto here. Because if you ever sew by any bags, you know, like her whole thing is binding the bag. So this tool was kind of made for this sort of thing. Okay, so then you can see that pushes up really nicely. Then I can come over here. And I will be able to press this really nicely all the way out. Okay, the reason I press it first with the stiletto is that it's really easy to get it like a little pinch in here and not have it pushed all the way out. So if I push it all the way out with the stiletto, it's a little bit nicer finish. Okay, so does that make sense? I've sewn the 1/4 inch, I pressed it up, and now what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring it around to this side. I'm going to give it a little press, and I'm just going to kind of force it from this side. I'm going to pull it around so that it's nice and tight along that edge. So this is just the bias edge. Okay, the bias cut is not going to fray. So bias won't fray, which is awesome and good to remember. Okay, so I'm just going to press that all the way around. All right, so now it's looking like this. So then, get my wonder clips. The joy of mixing them together is the big ones always end up at the top, and they're the ones I use the least. So I probably should find something separate to put the big ones in. All right, so now I've got my wonder clips. I'm going to, again, just pull this over nice and tight. And I'm going to use some clips to hold that in place. Okay, so then as I come around here, we're going to move back over to the sewing machine and I'm going to sew it down. Okay, so I'm going to get this so that I'm going to stitch right in the ditch. Make sure that that gets pulled over there. Should really have one more clip, but I don't. So now I'm just going to stitch right down, and I'm just holding that binding in place. So if you have a stitch in the ditch foot, this is a great time that you can use it. Otherwise, you can just aim. No one's going to get close enough to your pocket to see how perfect your stitching is, except for you guys are going to see mine. Nobody will see yours. So again, that's just the raw edge that we're tacking down back there. I didn't fold it under at all. Sometimes when I take those clips off, it'll shove the fabric more than I want it to. All right, so now it looks like this. Okay, so a nice edge here. By using just the skinny one, we can do it with basically 2 layers on this side, 1 layer on this side. So it makes it really nice and flat. So when I first tried to do this, because I didn't like the raw edge, I bound it like I did the rest of it. And what ends up happening is this ends up very thick. And so then you can feel it on the front of your quilt. This way, you can't feel it at all. It's so thin that it doesn't really add anything. You can do this also with a cotton lawn fabric or like a batiste, which will work really well, and it's even thinner. So if you're using something very thick or something that you really don't want to add any bulk to, that will work really nicely. So I'm going to trim these off. Okay, I'm going to check this, and this looks like I missed just a little bit, and I'm not going to care because I'm going to come back around and stitch that down. Okay, I'm going to just tack it right here, just to hold it in place for right now. So later, so this is what happens sometimes, is later we're going to come back around and stitch this in place. So I'm gonna stitch this down just so it's going to be a little more perfect. Oh, I also got it a little further away from my line that I was supposed to. Let's see if I can get it right this time. Okay. See if I caught it all. Oh, I still missed a bit. Totally fine. Okay. So what you're going to do is you're going to have this little bit of lip out here of fabric. Okay. We're just going to leave that there. So if you cut your Hong Kong finish, if you cut this fabric, this bias strip a little bit wider, so we cut it at 1¼ inches, you could cut it at 1½ and give yourself even more wiggle room to make sure that you caught it all. If you do this, if you see it in like a book, and that's where I learned to sew, is the Vogue sewing book, it will tell you to do it at 1 inch. And you can imagine that 1 inch, you are barely catching it sometimes. It's much, much harder. So make this wider. Make it 1¼ is what we're doing today. If you feel like that's too small, go ahead and do it bigger next time. The thing to remember is that this side is never going to be shown. So this is the inside of your pocket where your hand is going to come in here. So if there's a big lip down here, you might be able to feel it, but really this is never ever going to be seen again. It's this side that we're trying to make it look nice. All right. Does that make sense? Okay. Any questions? Okay. All right. So I want you to go ahead and I want you to bind both of your pockets. We'll do it that same way. If you have any question, just ask. I will demo it again. Okay. We're going to get both pockets ready and then we'll sew them onto the jacket. So once you've gotten your pockets ready, come back and show me that your pockets are ready and we'll move on when people are there. Okay. Carol, I thought your blue jar there was your pocket that you were showing me already. And I was like, how did she get done so fast? And I was like, oh no, that's a jar. Oh, that's cool. All right. I'm going to go get another drink. I'll be right back.
Hey, Teresa, I have a question.
Yep.
I had to step away for a little while. I am laying out my pattern pieces on the quilt and
Uh-huh.
on the pocket. Are we not cutting 4?
That's right. You're cutting 2. Yep. Yep. It's pretty clever little way we put the pockets together.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Trust me.
Okay, just making sure.
Yep. You're not the first to ask, nor will you be the last.
Okay.
Yeah, the reason we do it so that the front of the coat is the other side of the pocket. So it keeps it very flat in there and you don't have the big bulky flopping around pocket.
Okay, that
I
makes
don't
sense.
like.
I see it now when I open up the coat you made. We're
Yeah,
just sewing it. I see. We sew it actually into the inside part there. Okay. That's
exactly.
really cool. That's a really cool way to do it.
Thank you. Yeah, it's worked out really well. Like I said, it's been called really weird and genius. So I will take either one.
Well, honestly, like I don't like skirts that have pockets because and things pants. I don't like slacks because I'm hippie. I have a lot of hip,
Yeah.
and it adds extra padding that I don't want. So this is
Exactly.
genius.
Exactly. That is my whole thing. Is like I don't like pockets that add bulk down here. Like
Yeah.
I have enough. Like it's fine. But I do really want pockets. So this is a way of being able to do it.
Yeah.
And the way we sew it, we'll keep it so that it's just a really nice, neat pocket that totally hides when you're not using it too, which
Yeah.
I think is
Well,
important.
I'm so glad the jacket arrived today, so I actually could see what you're talking about.
It's great. And I'm so happy about that.
Uh-huh.
I'm so happy about it. Yeah, it helps a lot to be able to see it in person.
I had the same question, so thanks for asking, and it is genius.
Thank you. It works very well. I'm really happy with it. And I don't even know like where the idea came from to do it that way. I just did the first one that way when I was like hacking myself together a quilt coat. And I was like, oh, that works really well. And then I've just kind of kept it, but I haven't, somebody told me they'd seen it before, but I haven't seen it in anything that I know of. I mean, maybe I did at some point and that's where it came from. So if you ever see it in anything else, let me know because I'm curious.
Well, so here's what I'm wondering because I'm looking at it right now. It's the stitching doesn't show through to the front. So how are we sewing that in there?
Yours I hand stitched on.
Oh,
You have a
okay.
lot of hand stitching on yours.
Okay, so normally we would see the stitch all the way to the front.
Yep. Yep. So you can do
Okay.
it both ways. So on vintage quilts, I often just hand sew them on, or the ones that I've done like for show, I hand stitch them on so that you can't see the stitching from the front. But then you can see like in
Okay.
the side seam, the pocket isn't visible either. So it's a very nice, smooth sort of look,
I see. Yep.
which I
Okay.
like. And if it's a vintage quilt, I don't really want to stick a big old circle kind of shape
No.
on the front of it. It's really pretty. So I just
Mhm.
stitch that. But honestly, for most things, they're so quilted that you'll never notice that there's a pocket line.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
you
Okay.
can do it either way.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. There really is a method to my madness, I promise. Sometimes doesn't seem like it, but I try not to lead anyone astray. Every time I look up Carrie and you're sitting there, I'm like, oh, she's finished. I'm like, oh no, she's not doing it today.
No, I'm not finished. I've got the grandpuppies that think they need attention.
You're so fast, I tell you.
Yeah. To
Every
be
time
continued.
You're just done immediately.
Yeah. Magic.
So funny. I'm glad you're here though.
Oh, me too.
Thanks for coming.
So Teresa,
Mm-hmm.
we need to get you down to the southeast portion of the United States, like the
Yeah.
Carolinas or something.
Yes, I would love it. I would love it. We had a chance to teach in South Carolina when we were on the road, and then we weren't able to. The store owner had a family member die, and so
Oh dear.
we didn't do that store. But yeah, I haven't been down there very much.
I know you, I know.
I know. We need to get one of those stores or a guild or something to bring me down there.
Yes, well, we've got some good sized guilds, so it'd be nice to talk it up.
Yeah. Yeah, if you know any of them personally, you could chat with them or you can send me contact information. I'll reach out.
I can do both, actually.
Yeah, that would
In
be
fact, one of our local stores, well, they have they have three stores, one in Raleigh, North Carolina, Wilmington, North Carolina, and then here, just below Myrtle Beach.
Got
We're
it.
going to be having a 3-day CAFE in beginning of October.
Nice.
A lecture at the university Wednesday night and then classes Thursday and Friday
That's
in the store. And I was on a wait list and got in one, so I'm all excited.
Yay. Oh, good. That's awesome. And which store is that?
That's Bernina World of Sewing.
Got it.
Out of the Wilmington. If you just type in BerninaWorldOfSewing.com, I think it is, but it brings up the 3 stores.
Got it. That's cool. It's interesting, like the little chains that are like that. There are a few of them where they'll have, 2 or 3 shops in an area.
Now, are you familiar with Jacqueline Dijon from the Netherlands?
Yes.
I
Yeah.
had an opportunity to have a 3-day masterclass with her many years ago,
Really?
before COVID, BC, before COVID.
Yeah, in the before times.
Yes, in the old days.
Oh,
And
that's
that was-
awesome.
That was really awesome.
Oh, I bet it was. Yeah, her work is beautiful.
I know.
She does like New York beauties that are super bright and colorful. Always uses bright colors and then
I know. And have you seen her winter ones that she's just finishing up? The fabrics will be out, I think, in February. The patterns will be out in November, but
Got it.
gorgeous, gorgeous, like
Yeah.
pink reds with the teals and
Really?
whatnot.
Oh,
Really
how
pretty.
pretty. Yeah, her
Really
stuff is gorgeous. It really is really, really pretty.
So yeah, we gotta get you down here.
That's right. Yeah, I know she doesn't get to the States too often, so if you get lucky enough to see her, you should do it.
Well, she's doing a pretty good size, I think, of the US this upcoming year.
Oh, really?
Gonna be around. So that's nice.
That's cool. See, I want somebody in Europe to do that for me, and I'll just go to Europe and travel around and teach.
Yes.
That would be lovely. Did you get to see Kate before?
No, I haven't, and you know, they're not as young as they used to be, so
No.
it's that's what even makes it more special, the thing that's
Right.
gonna be down here.
Right.
No,
Yeah,
I've made a lot of
the
cake.
traveling is too much. Yeah.
And I've made quite a few cake quilts and whatnot, so.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, with lady in my class in North Dakota this week, she is a big Cave fan, and she's going to one of his lectures as well. And so after the class, we went over to the quilt shop, and she picked out a fabric to make a cave quilt that she could make a coat out of to be able to wear to it. She was like super excited, like, oh, I have to make a coat out of this fabric now.
That's
I
right.
was like, I don't know if I've seen a cave coat yet,
I haven't, but why not, right?
but it would be gorgeous.
It would be.
Gorgeous. So somebody needs to do it.
That's right. Someone has to start it.
Somebody has to. Yeah, if you talk to people, let them know they can just reach out to me. I've got a lot of 2026 filled. In 2027, I only have a couple dates. So
Yes. Well, I'll certainly let them know. The main
would-
contact, I guess the main owner, Sona, Sona, Sona.
Uh-huh.
No Y or J in the middle, but
Interesting.
so she's the main contact owner person, I guess you'd say.
Got it.
So
Yeah, I have a couple stores actually on the East Coast who want me to come next year, and I might have to see if I could arrange it so that I just stayed over there and did a few little stops up the coast, and that would make more sense because it's just expensive to fly me across the country.
Oh, I know.
So if I did that, I might be able to, yeah, put in a few more places, which would be fun.
Yes. Yes.
So I do love teaching.
Well, Teresa, I'm gonna have to go, unfortunately, but I've learned a lot today. I got my stuff traced, I got it pinned to the fabric, but I've just folded it
Good.
all up for now, and I'll have to come back to it after market.
Okay.
And I'll watch the recordings. But this was
Yeah.
very helpful.
Yeah, good. I'm glad. So yeah, feel free to watch it later. I've got other videos and we'll have the tutorials. You can always reach out and be like, hey, this is confusing.
Yeah, so will you be sending out the link for us that signed up for this? Okay, so I'll just bookmark that and save it.
Yeah. And I'm probably just going to edit out the very beginning part of it and put a little, front on it. Basically, it'll just be the whole chapter.
Yeah.
So, yep, you are more than welcome to watch that later. Alrighty.
Okay,
Okay.
perfect.
Take care.
Okay, thanks so much, Teresa.
You bet. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
It's like a FaceTime call. But like a group FaceTime call.
That's okay. Now, under my pile, I have to find my ruler. Oh, where are you? Oh, here it is. No, it's not.
We're still working away on pockets. That's great. So fun to kind of get just a little peek at what people are doing. Like, what are you doing? I am currently working on making a sample with this like cheater fabric. That's really interesting because it's already actually serged and sewn together. But it's a fabric from Moda. I think it's kind of fun. So I'm doing one that is going to be lined with cuddle. So that should be pretty good. So I'm working on that while you guys are working on your stuff.
Teresa,
Yep.
is this segment about the binding here going to be repeated so we can watch it again?
I'm recording everything, so you can definitely watch it again. I do have a video on how to do a Hong Kong finish on my YouTube channel.
Oh, okay,
So there is
because I
that
wasn't,
little part.
yeah, I had to step out while you were doing that, so I didn't catch the whole thing, so.
All good.
So I cut another pocket, so I wasn't doing it on my original one.
Got it.
Did what I think you said, and I don't think it worked.
Okay, so show me or tell me what's happening there.
Well, a lot of things. I kept trying doing it a different way. Okay, so I cut it out at 1 1/4. That's what you
Yep.
said, right?
Yep.
Okay, so let's see if there's a halfway decent. Nothing out on it came out decent.
So stitch
so
it
I-
down to one side. You did that.
Right, I stitched down one side, but when
Mhm.
it's like doing a binding, when you go to do the other side, I missed it all. So I tried doing it stitch in the ditch. See, it
Uh-huh.
just wasn't, just not coming out. Can you see it?
I can't. Hold it up
Oh.
in front of your face, basically. Then I can see it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, but
Yeah.
if you look at it from the lining side, how does it look?
Terrible.
Terrible? I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't know why,
I don't
but
think it looks terrible.
I
Like it's
think
bound.
yeah, it's bound, but I'm also working with a brand new sewing machine and serger. I redid my entire sewing room this past month with all new stuff,
Nice.
and I don't know how to use them. I should have done with my Janome.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
always the downfall of that.
Yeah.
Well, that was your practice one, right? So
Yeah, so when I watch it again, I'll get it.
absolutely, yeah. So the biggest thing is you sew it to the side you're going to see, and then push it over real good, clip it in place,
Yeah.
and sew it down. And then if it's too big, you can trim it. Most of the time, it fits just fine.
Yeah, and it's cut, I cut out a piece on the bias strip,
Uh-huh.
but I still had difficulty turning it in one place right here.
Got it.
But
Yeah,
I
so
I was hurrying too, so.
that's okay. So next time when you try it, cut your piece, your bias strip, cut it at 1.5. And then you'll have
Okay.
a little bit more wiggle room, and then you can just trim out the part that's extra.
Okay.
So the width of it doesn't really matter. You could do it at 2.5 and it wouldn't matter. Just sew it down and trim it off. No big deal. So yeah, if 1 1/4 is a little tight and it's hard to do, just up it to 1.5. It's totally.
Now, did I see you go over it a third time? I mean, you did it.
I did because I missed a spot, so then I had to go fix it.
Go back. Okay,
Yeah.
so I think now why didn't that was when you did stitch in the ditch?
Yes. So
Okay.
when you're trying to stitch it to the other side, because you could also stitch like just inside on the binding and make it look like top stitch all the way around, and that would catch it better. It doesn't really matter too much. It is just a nice little finish when you can figure it out. So
Okay.
with a little practice, you'll be fine. Yeah.
Okay,
It's
now
really
I have I have to leave here between 3 and 3:30.
okay.
My husband's in the hospital, so I gotta go take care of him. Go see
Are
him.
you West Coast?
Yes.
Okay.
Right, so you're ahead of me.
No, I'm West Coast. I'm in Portland.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
2:30,
so
2:15 right now.
yeah, so I need to leave by then, but
Okay.
I'm gonna do everything I can today.
Absolutely. So do you want to try another pocket while you're waiting?
I suppose I can cut another one off because I did cut enough bias strips, so.
I would do that. Just try it again, because then you might have a little bit better luck on the second one.
Okay, let me see. All right, let me do that.
And if you're not, you can just ask and be like, okay, so this is happening, which is the part that I love about being able to take classes.
Yeah, and you know what? This is the first internet class I've ever taken. And
Oh,
it's
really?
fabulous. I really like it. So I'm going to
Good.
be joining more of yours. Okay.
Good. I like doing them because I can reach a lot more people, which is really fun. And they actually, I mean, they work pretty well to be able to chat with you and show stuff. And yeah, it's
But
really,
have you been down to Anaheim before?
I
my
used, I
area?
mean, I lived in Los Angeles, so I've been to Anaheim a lot in that regard. But I haven't taught down there at all. Yeah.
How long ago has it been?
Um,
I'm just wondering if you've ever been to M&L's.
yes. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. When I lived down there in 2013, I lived in
Okay.
Laguna Hills, and that was, yeah, it was a place I went to a lot. because they have really like their flat fold selection is amazing.
Yeah, we bring all our instructors to dinner and we make sure they get to M&L's and the place where we hold our workshops.
Very cool. So do
All
you
right.
ever have you ever gotten up to Super Buzzy in Ventura?
No, but I heard about it, and I think once my husband's back on his feet, we're heading up there.
Yeah, you really should. It is a great little shop. It's just, I mean, it's kind of the complete opposite of M&L because M&L is all about like getting a good deal. And Super Buzzy is about like the cool fabric. So she has like the Coca canvases and
Okay.
London and like really nice. You're not going to get out of there cheap, but it's
Yeah.
beautiful fabric. And they have it's a very modern, excuse me, a very modern selection.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's just a great shop. I love that one too. But it's definitely a hike. I mean, Ventura close.
Well, no, we're close. I consider that close. All right, I'm gonna go get another piece.
I'm like, it's like an hour and a half from Los Angeles. Yeah. But so is Santa Monica from where I lived. So
Well, I say from where I live, 20 minutes will get you a long ways.
yeah.
So an hour, gosh, I could probably end up in Monterey.
All
right.
I love Monterey too. Yeah, good. So I will be excited to get down there and hang out with you guys down there. I might have to stay an extra day and go to Disneyland again. That's been a very long time.
That's what all our teachers do, go to Disneyland.
Yeah, you might as well. When we lived in Laguna Hills, we had yearly passes. And so my daughter would go fairly often, but I don't think I've been to Disneyland since probably 2014.
Oh, it's
the
not
same.
much difference,
I
just
know.
more expensive.
Exactly.
Yeah, you'd probably be cheaper if you just Ubered over instead of parking.
Yeah.
Because I'm only 2 miles from there, so we Uber over.
Oh yeah. Well, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the Disneyland, like the whole thing is so expensive. Everything is expensive about it. It's crazy.
Well,
it's fun.
do you know anyone from our guild other than Denise and Betsy now?
I do not. No.
Okay, well, we'll make sure, hopefully she'll be in town. We'll make sure you meet Anita. She was our former programs director and she gets free passes, as many as she wants, to Disneyland. So
Well,
those
that's a
teachers who
deal.
know her end up at Disneyland all the time.
I should get to know her for sure.
Mhm.
All right, Peachy.
She's friends with everybody, so she would love you.
Well, I just want to say something out loud now.
Yeah.
So if I want my pattern of my pocket to be on the inside, so the front of my quilt to show on the lining.
Yes.
Then when I put that down, I'm going to have the right side of my pocket up on the, yes.
Yeah, so you would sew your the bias strip there, the 1 1/4 inch strip, you're going to sew that onto the right side because that's what's going to be seen. So you want to sew it onto the side that you're going to see and then bring it around to the other side that's going to be hidden in your pocket. Does that make sense?
Right. Yes. So so then also, and I'm not going to sew this yet, but I have my back of my jacket here. And when I'm kind of placing my pockets, it's right side and then the pocket is right side up too.
Yes.
Right? Because here you say wrong side. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'll just wait until we get there. But
yeah, it's always a little funky when you're like trying to switch things around. Like
yeah, I just had to say it out loud.
Yeah, and the right side, the wrong side, the lining, the backing, like it all gets sort of swirly. For sure.
I'm gonna have to leave. Well, I'm gonna have to leave like my time 5:15, so it's gonna be like 4:15 your time. I don't know, 3:15 your time.
Probably 3:15.
Yeah, 3:15 your time. And I don't know if I'm gonna have reception where I'm going tomorrow to be able to watch, but I'll watch the recordings and
yes. For sure. So I will send out everybody, I will send out a link to it. And I'm probably going to just upload it to YouTube and then have it like private so that only the people who have the link can see it. And then I'll send it to everybody so they can see it. And then I'll do the same thing tomorrow. So anything that you miss, you can go back and rewatch. And then you can obviously come back later and watch it. It's never going to be public. So it'll always just kind of live there probably until the end of the year. It'll just live on YouTube, kind of hidden away so that you can come back to it, but nobody else gets to see it. So only the people in the class.
All right, thanks.
Yep.
So for those of us who have to cut out a little early, is there anything we should be prepared for tomorrow?
Well, we're gonna put the pockets in today. Yeah,
Okay.
I'd like to put the pockets in today, and then tomorrow we'll actually just like to start the construction of it.
So we
we'll-
should have all our pieces serged if we're
all
doing
your
that?
pieces should be serged. Yep, and anything
Okay.
that you want to finish the binding of or whatever, you can do that. But otherwise, you don't need to work ahead at all. Yeah.
Okay, now the binding, I haven't gotten that far in my directions. I don't remember. The rest of the binding goes on after we have it constructed. Okay.
Yep.
So we
Yep.
don't have to match the pieces. All right. Sounds
Nope.
good.
Yeah, you don't have to have that already. You can, if you work on it tomorrow and work on your binding and get the strips done and get it pressed and all that stuff, you'll be fine. Yeah.
Okay.
Plenty
All
of
right.
time.
We'll do that
Yeah,
tonight.
absolutely.
All right.
Okay, Diane, Carol, where are you at with your pockets? I can't hear you. I can't hear you, Carol. Unmute.
There we go. There we go. We're
Okay.
done. I'm
You're done with your pockets?
Correct.
Okay, Diane, are you done with your pockets? Are you doing it? You are doing a pocket. You're trying it.
I did my sample.
Look at how cute it is.
It's so perfect. And when I do the little kid shirt, I'm going to do the Hong Kong finish on the outside of
Oh,
the jacket because it's so flat.
it's so flat. Yeah.
And I won't have the bulk, but I'll still have it. I'll just have to top stitch barely on the outside
Uh-huh.
and the inside. So I'll do 2 rows and
Yep.
see what, I mean,
To totally do that. Yeah.
it'll be adorable.
It'll be lovely. All right, so let me show you how to get the pocket sewn on. I'll get my ulterior project there out of the way. Okay, so what we want to do is I want you to have your pocket and your back. Okay. And on your, let me see if I can move it over here. So on your back, you should have had a couple of dots. I always put my dots in as pins. Okay. If you don't have those, go find your back pattern piece. So pretend this keeps going. This is the back. Okay. And you want to have those dots on there. And like I said, I usually just put a pin in there. It's easy enough to see. And then I can actually come in later and mark it with a pen, because we'll want that later too. But if I stick a pin in, it's pretty easy to do while the pattern paper is there. Okay. Okay. So you're going to want to have those marks there. And then we're going to do this right side up. Okay. So this is going to be, did I do it right? Yes. No? Yes. I'm like, yes, no, yes, no. Okay. So what I want to do is I'm going to sew it so that when this gets sewn on, this is going to be the inside of my pocket. All right. So it's going to seem weird. So Peachy, whatever I'm doing now, do it opposite. Okay.
Teresa, so you're touching the pocket to the back.
We're going to attach it to the back.
I'll do something else, honey.
And then,
I could even,
okay, hold on.
I've got ham.
There we go. So we're going to attach it to the back, and then we're going to create an opening at the front that we can stick our hand in. So this is the back of the pocket.
Teresa,
Okay.
can I interrupt you for a second?
Yes.
I was looking at the instructions
Uh-huh.
and it actually says that pocket is wrong side up. When you put it down.
Would be. You're right. You're right. It would be. Yes.
Okay.
Because I have it flipped to opposite. So I don't have a left side. That's why. That's why it was confusing me too. So we're
Okay.
going to move our pocket dots over here. Okay.
Okay.
So yes, you're right. Totally, totally.
Okay, so yours is like that and mine will be the other way. Okay, great. Thank you.
So I had a left pocket and a right body. Like, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So because what we're doing is it's going to come around and it's still going to do the same thing where this is actually becomes the front of your pocket. Okay. So do you have your pocket and your back like this? Okay, everybody have it? So, or at least have the idea of it. So on the coat, we have our pocket markings. On the pocket, we have some dots there. On the one of the old patterns, the printing, the pocket dot got moved and it got shoved down an inch. So if you have a pocket dot opening that's way down here, move it up. Okay. So it should be about an inch further up. So what I do is that I match the top dot on my pocket to the top dot on my coat and then make the coat and the pocket match. Okay, so I'm going to flip this over. I'm going to pin them. So this is where I'm having my two dots match right here. So the pocket dot and the coat dot match here. And then I'm just going to take this one that was on the back because it should be about, a hand's width apart. So what does that end up being? Let's see, about 6 inches. Okay. So there should be about a 6-inch gap between these two. And I can easily measure that on my board here. Okay. So then I'm going to pin it there. Okay. So this, I don't think you can see the green very well. So I'm going to put a dot here and a dot here. So we can kind of see that. Okay, so that's what we're marking here. And we're going to do a lot of dot to dot sewing. And there's a reason that we do it, and it'll make more sense at the end when we're done. But it's important that we're going to sew from dot to dot and that those dots should be about 6 inches apart. So you'll have a little bit that's loose up here at the top and a little bit that's loose at the bottom. We need to have this part be loose down here. You want this dot far enough up that when you put stuff in your pocket, it stays down here. Okay, that's the idea, is because if you put your pocket opening all the way down here, you don't have any space for anything to sit in your pocket. It'll just dump out. So we don't want that. We want the pocket opening.
Sure.
Okay, so we're going to have the pin at a dot and the other pin at a dot. Okay. So what you're doing, Carol?
Yes.
Good.
Okay.
All right. So now what I want you to do is I want you to sew from dot to dot. So we're just going to sew just this section. So you're going to leave this free. Okay. So back stitch here, and we're going to sew this with a 1/4 inch seam allowance.
Teresa, just confirm that you have the right side of the back of the jacket with the wrong side or right side of the pocket.
Wrong side is up. She was right. I totally messed up because I did the pocket opposite.
But it's right side, wrong side.
The wrong side should be up, but it's right sides together.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, I got you.
Okay, and then we're going to sew a 1/4 inch from there to there. So I'm going to do that. Okay, and I'm just going to start. So putting that dot in here is really, really helpful because one, I can see it with the pin, but once I get in here, I'm going to need to put my foot down and my needle down, and it's a lot harder to see it. And there we go.
Teresa,
Have that blue dot in there, I can actually see it a little bit better. Yes.
the coat back that I see, is that the inside or the outside?
This is the outside of the coat.
Okay.
So the
And
pocket is right
pocket?
sides together.
Okay. So right sides are together.
Yes.
That's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Yeah, right sides are together. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm just going to do a little lock stitch here on my machine. Okay, and then I'm going to sew across here. So when I get to this blue dot again, I know I need to stop there. So using a pen that you can see on here is really helpful. So don't try to just do it with the pin. It's a good place to start, but I always need to do a little actual pen mark too. Okay. So there we go. There's dot, dot, and I've sewn that. Okay. I realized I had to go get a fake front too. So. I'm making the kids jacket, but the kids jacket doesn't have a pocket like this. Okay. All right. Did you sew the pocket on? We're getting there.
One pocket on.
Okay, great. All right. So then the next thing that we're going to do is you're going to push this over. Okay, so that the pocket is now going outside. All right. The important part here is that this seam allowance is going to stay this direction and the pocket's just going to go on top of it. All right. So I'm going to go give this a press with the iron because I want this to be nice and flat. But the seam allowance is staying this way. The pocket is getting pressed over the top of it. All right. So let me go over here and show you. Okay, so I'm gonna lay my coat out. This is my back. Okay, I've got my pocket sewn on there. And now what I want to do, see if I can get this just a little. There we go. So now I just need to flip this over so that my seam allowance stays over there. And I'm just going to press that just to make it nicer. Okay. But you can see the seam allowance is here. The way that you can tell that this is right is because it's going to be flat here. And then as soon as you get here, it gets real thick because now all of a sudden we have 3 layers of quilt right here at the seam allowance. Okay. So we're going to press that over real good. And then what I want to do is I'm going to figure out where my dots were and I'm going to put a little pin here on this side. So basically your dots now are where it stops, like where you started sewing it. So even if you mis-sewed it and you've stopped somewhere that's not quite the dot, your new like dot to dot is going to be where you sewed it. So above and below those dots should be loose. Okay. So we'll get you here before we move on. I'm going to go grab a drink of water. So do your pockets. You can do one at a time if you want to. Press it over, get it ready. Right. Are you sewing on the second pocket, Carol?
Oh, I am, yes.
Okay.
You can start talking, that's okay.
Well, I'm going to wait so that you can do this part with us.
Okay. All of a sudden, my back stitch is not working so when I turn the machine on, so I have to, put 0.15. So
Right.
then bring it up to, so that takes a few extra moments.
Exactly.
I have no idea what happened between last night and today. Worked fine last night. Fortunately, she goes in for her spa treatment next month, so.
Oh, good. Good, good.
Another thing.
It's just the gremlins get in there. I swear they do.
Oh, I agree totally. In my case, it might be our kitties, but
yeah, gremlins nonetheless.
It's not. I mean, it's covered up every night and turned off, and so.
Yeah, my surgeon decided to stop working for me one day last week, and then it started working again. But we changed foot pedals, and then all of a sudden, Hawk tried to push the pedal at the same time as like cranking it, and then it worked totally fine. And it's worked fine since. So machines are crazy.
They are.
Okay.
Okay.
So go ahead and finish that up. And then what we're going to do is press this over, and then we have our dots marked again. Okay.
Correct.
So now between those dots, we're going to do a little bit of top stitching, but we're going to do it on the pocket side. So what we're doing is we're sewing the pocket down to the seam allowance. So this is what they call understitching. So sometimes you'll see this in garment stuff. And the reason that we do it is because it will hold the pocket in. If we don't stitch this down, the pocket will want to kind of come out and it will poke out of your seam allowance. That's why pockets sometimes like fall out. So what we're going to do is just top stitch this. So you can just make your stitch a little bit bigger, like a 3 or whatever. And just, we're going to stitch right down this edge from dot to dot. Okay. But the important part is we're sewing the pocket to the seam allowances. So where it's nice and thick right there, that's what we're going to sew. All right. And again, that's the understitching part. So there's a few times that words are going to come up in here that I want you to understand why we do them, because there is a reason. Okay, so I'm starting where my pin marks where my dot was basically. I didn't mark it on this side because I don't want it to show on this side. Okay. So now our pocket, let me see if I can show you that little stitching line right there. Now our pocket is firmly over here. It's not going anywhere. I can't get it to shove back at all. Okay, so this is what keeps our pocket in place. So you're going to do that on both sides. So between dot to dot, and get the pocket nice and secure over there. Okay, I can take my pins out. Okay. So this is what where we should be at this point. So this is the back. So I'm gonna pretend this goes further. So this is my back, okay? And I've got a pocket over on one side. You're gonna have a pocket on the other side. So in the end, you have a back piece that has like these little floppy bits on either side, and that's exactly what it should look like. Okay. It always sort of confuses people, but like I said, it's a little weird, but the construction actually works very well. Did you catch that part, Peachy?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Just go dot to dot.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Yep,
and
I got it.
And you did it so that your wrong side is to the here, so it'll flip up. Okay.
Yep.
Good, good. Sorry, I told you wrong first.
I don't usually read the directions. I would have just followed you, which would have
I'm
been
really
fine.
glad you did, because like I don't have the whole piece. Like it totally, blew my mind a little bit. It's funny because when I was at a class in North Dakota, a woman was had fabric that was quilted, but it was the same on both sides. So like her jacket was the same on both sides, her pockets were the same on both sides. And I was like, so right side to wrong side to, I don't like, it was so confusing. Like it was so confusing. So I was like, I have to use somebody else's as an example. Like
Yeah,
it's
right.
hard. So when it's not the actual, like, yeah, right side, wrong side, easy to tell, it can get a little confusing. So yeah, I'm glad you read the instructions. Thank you. So once you've gotten your pocket sewn onto the back, we're going to use our fronts. So now you'll get your two front pieces. And this is where if you have your booklet, you can pull it out because we're going to make a note in there. All right. All right. Do you have two pockets, Carol?
Yep.
All right. Okay. So now what I want you to do is lay your coat back out, and I'm adding a little pocket on here just so we can see it. So you can see it on here. So you should have your coat back. We'll have your two pockets. So one on either side, right? Okay, so that's what it's gonna, you're gonna have like these, like I said, these little flappy bits. In your pattern, the next step says to mark it on the coat front, but instead we're gonna sew the shoulder seams first. So what I
What
want to
page?
do is on, now I can't remember, page 7, page 9, where it has told us what to do with the
Page-
pocket, the back of the pocket here. And then it'll say on coat front, blah, 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 blah. We want to put
Yes.
right above that, put sew shoulder seams. You see what I'm talking about?
You see where it says sew the shoulder seam, so.
So
it would
go
be-
back one page,
Okay,
and then the bottom step, just before that last step, so that last step on there should say on coat front.
correct.
Okay, so right above that, right, sew shoulder seams.
So
Okay, so we're just gonna flip that order of operation. I flipped it in the new pattern because it makes more sense. I tried it in a class a couple of times ago and I was like, oh, this is so much better. So we're just kind of gonna do an order of operations that actually makes it a lot easier to get it correct.
Do we do a small clip in the coat back seam? Do we do
If
that
your
now?
coat is really thick and it doesn't want to bend
Oh,
the right
yeah,
way, then
okay.
you can do that.
Okay,
I
I
don't
didn't know.
usually decide to do it until the very end. And if it's like being funky in here when I'm trying to finish, then I'll clip it. So really it's optional. Okay, so once we have our back and we're gonna add our coat fronts now. So like I said, we're gonna sew the shoulder seams. So we're gonna sew
I
the,
have a quick question.
yes, yeah.
Okay, so we put the pockets on the back when we
Mhm.
fixed them all up, top
Yep.
stitched them.
Yep.
And where are we supposed to, and then we come down to this statement on coat front.
Right. So just before that, we're gonna say sew shoulder seams.
Okay, so sew shoulder seams. Okay, and then this one.
Would be the pocket front. Yeah. So what I have found is it's a lot easier to mark it if we sew it at the shoulder seam first. So we just kind of flipped that order of operation.
Okay.
It was just kind of I don't know, a realization like, wait, this might work. So I did it a couple of classes ago and it was pretty funny because I told everybody, I was like, okay, I just had a little brainstorm and I'm going to ask you to do this differently. We're going to see if it works. And everybody was like, are you sure? But it turned out to be really good. So we redid the pattern again because I keep making revisions to it. And we added it so it flops those two. So we're going to sew the shoulder seam first. The important part is where we get the shoulder seams to match, and it doesn't always match. Okay, so when I have it here, I want this shoulder edge, these two, I want these to match really well. All right, that's where we're going to pin first. And then we're just going to keep these edges even. What did I do with my pins? There they are. We're just going to keep these edges even and pin across here. Okay, I find it easier a lot of times to pick up my fabric. I can manipulate it a lot better if it's up in the air, because otherwise it wants to fight with me too much. All right. So then once I get over here and I get to my neckline, this is actually how it's supposed to match. Okay, so do you see how there's like a little bit of overlap right here? This should be about a 1/2 inch seam allowance. This should, technically your seam should end right here in this little valley. All right. It should have a little overlap. If it doesn't, do not panic. It is totally fine. Okay. Sometimes this will be really big. And for people, when they have cut the back on a fold, it makes it bigger and these won't match at all. So sometimes that happens. We will figure it out at the end. We'll make it work. It is not a big deal. So don't panic about that at all if it doesn't match. Match up your side here. Okay, so that's the outside shoulder seam. We want that to match. And then we're just going to pin this so that it's flat. That's the important part. Okay, match this edge, pin it flat. We don't want any like easing in here. None at all. Okay, then once you've done that, we're going to sew right across here with a 1/2 inch seam allowance. All right, so I'll go ahead and do that. And then when you get there, that's what you do. And we do definitely want to back stitch at the beginning of that seam and at the end of it. Oops, I was going to move the camera, forgot. I'm a big fan of not sewing over pins. I encourage you to do the same. Okay, so mine is just a little bit off here when I open this up. See if I can do that. It's going to be a little bit off. Okay, that is totally fine. All we're going to do later is just make this match. We're just going to trim it off and make it match. It's totally fine because we're just going to bind this edge. So it doesn't have to match with anything. We'll make it match. All right, so now I'm going to go ahead and sew my other side on, and then we'll press these seams open. To find my other front. And the other thing, as you can see, putting this together, the bigger scoop here is the front neckline. Okay, that big scoop is. Okay, so again, I've got it pinned. It's nice and flat. I'm going to sew across here with a 1/2 inch seam allowance. Peachy, did you sew your shoulder seams?
Yeah, I'm just pressing them now.
Okay, great. Good, good. Okay, so this is one of those places where pressing the shoulder seams that if you have a clapper, this is a great place to use it. I have one, it's in my other room, so I'm gonna go grab it. I have a very nice clapper that I bought that I cannot ever seem to find. Hawk found it for me once and then I promptly lost it again. It's one from Modern American Vintage and it's really nice because it has like steel in the middle of it. So it's very heavy. But basically all we're going to do to use the clapper, we're going to iron this real good. If you've got a steam iron, it works great. We're just going to stick that baby on there and let it cool down and it'll kind of keep that seam allowance a little bit more open. They used to be used in the garment making world all the time. And then the quilting world kind of picked it up in the last couple of years. You can find them a lot more and you can find big square ones that are for quilt blocks. I'm gonna do the same thing on the other side. Okay, so I will say that I always just press these open, give them a good press, use the clapper, try to keep it a little more open, and then that's all I do. So I don't ever do anything super fancy with them. Sometimes in classes, people will top stitch along those edges to get them to lay flat. I don't particularly want to add another layer of stitching lines on the outside, so I don't do it. Except on the denim coat. I'm gonna grab that real quick. So this is one that I made that is just one layer of denim. Okay, so this is one that I did Hong Kong seams on, try to make it look really nice inside. Okay, so that's what the seams inside look like. And then when I did that on the shoulders, then I went ahead and top stitched those down. And I did that really to kind of give it that jeans look where there's lots of top stitching on jeans. So that's why I did it. So I top stitched it here, top stitched around here, and it does make it lay flatter in there. So if that's something you are, curious about doing, you can absolutely do it. I don't ever do it with the quilts. This is the only one I've ever done it with, but people do it in class all the time. Okay. All right, so we've got our shoulder seams sewn. Okay, if you've got one sewn, we're going to move forward. So
Yep.
we want to sew these together first. And then what we're going to do is create our pocket opening on the front. Okay, so I'm going to show you, this side, how we're going to match that up. But I'm not going to sew the pocket on this. I'll do it on the other one for realsies, show you the whole thing. Okay, we've got the shoulder seam was sewn together here. So what I need to do now is make sure that my bottom edges and my top seams are matching. So I kind of grab the hem, grab the seam up there, just give it a little tug, make sure it's flat. If you have accidentally cut it wrong or it got wonky up here at the seam allowance, you'll be able to see that here. Most of the time, you can just kind of give it a little and it will totally fit just fine. Okay, we just want to make sure that it actually, your sides are the same length. We're going to do that a couple of times when we're measuring things, is we're really just measuring it against itself to make sure that it's going to work. All right, so it's less about the accuracy of what the pattern says and more about what your quilt is doing. So once I've gotten it here and I know that that's going to match, see if I can fold this up so I can get it on the screen. There we go. So now I've got my pocket hanging off to the side. All right, I top stitch it down. I didn't bind this one because I'm going to take it off. So now what we want to do is we want to put pins in again to mark our dot to dots where we stopped sewing. So over here, I can pull this back and I'm like, okay, so here is a dot. And if I pull this up here, that's where my other dot is. Okay. In the pattern, it shows dots on your front piece. What I found is that things often got sewed a little bit skewed. And so you would end up with dots that were like here. And so then they wouldn't actually work right. And if we create the opening first, we can't undo it. So we want to make sure that it's actually in the right place. So that bottom hemline should match. And then your dots should be where it stops sewing on either side. Okay. So we'll make those marks. Again, you can do them with pins. You can mark them with a pen. Mark them with a pen so you can see them a little better when I'm at the machine, if I can find my pen. My sewing room is so tiny and I haven't really gone anywhere. I don't know how I lose things. I really don't. Where did it go? So I'm going to mark it with a pencil so I can see it. Okay, so now I've got my dots marked. All right. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is we're going to create a little opening and I'm going to sew from here to here, dot to dot, okay, with a scant 1/2 inch seam allowance. So I'm gonna, because I'm not actually gonna put pockets in this one because it's a little kid's one, I'm gonna move back over to this fabric. Okay, so I'm going to show you again the same way, but with now with like, matching fabric. Okay, so we're going to pretend this is complete. All right, so this is my side of my front. And again, I'm going to mark it where it comes apart there. Or not comes apart, but it comes up, it's loose there and right there. Okay, so again, this is my dot to dot. Okay, so now what I want to do is sew down my side from dot to dot, a scant 1/2 inch. So a scant 1/2 inch is just a little bit inside of a 1/2 inch. So it's going to be, the seam allowance is going to be just less than a 1/2 inch. All right, so on mine, because I'm using my 1/4 inch foot, I can't tick my needle over. If you have a machine that you have like the zigzag foot on, so it's wide, you can move your needle over 2 clicks, sew it on your 1/2 inch seam allowance, and it will be scant and it will be lovely. I'm just going to move mine over and not quite stitch it exactly right. Okay, and this one can be a little bit, it could be like a 2.5 stitch. Really what we're doing here is we're giving it some stay stitching. So it's not going to stretch when we use this as our pocket opening. And it's also going to give us a place to fold. And that'll kind of make more sense as we do it here. Okay, so I'm just going to sew right along here. And I'm just sewing the one piece. Okay, because we're not sewing it to anything, we're just giving ourselves a little marking line.
Teresa,
Yes.
my machine's going crazy. I have an error 1010 that says main drive sync failed.
Oh, perfect.
And I've tried 2-3 times to restart it and it's not doing it. So I have to go downstairs and drag out my little machine.
Okay.
Get rid of the big machine on my sewing table and put that up. So I have not followed anything you've been saying.
That's
about
okay.
the front thing with the pocket.
That's okay. You look like you were working on something and I was going to let you.
Well, I was just trying to sew the second shoulder seam, but it's this, the machines is, I can't even, okay, this will be interesting.
I am so sorry. Is it stuck in your fabric?
No, but I don't know. I can't even get the foot, nothing is moving. Fortunately, the needle is not stuck in my fabric, so I should be able to, oh, good. I just yanked it out, but.
Good.
But she has to
Dang
go,
it.
it's a Bernina. And she gets her spa every year and she was due next month. She has her date, but
I guess she's a little anxious.
she must be very anxious and my husband will be bringing her down tomorrow.
Yeah.
So I'll be away for a little bit.
Okay. All right. You can watch the video later and I can explain it when you come back one more time too.
Great,
okay?
thanks.
Yep, no problem. Okay, so this is where I stitched, okay, from here to here, and I took just a little stitch past on either end, and that's totally fine because we're actually going to clip this. So this is a part that always scares people, but it is totally doable. So remember, this is my coat front. This is the pocket opening. Again, this should totally match on here where my dots are. All right. So there and there. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, probably should have put in a brighter thread for you. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to clip up to and not through my stitching. So here is my stitching line. Okay. And where my dots are right here. So what I want to do is I want to clip in like this, up to and not through your stitching on either end. You can cut straight in, but I like the finish better if I cut in at an angle. Okay. So You move that so you can see. So this is my pocket edge. All right. So I've done a little clip right here. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to fold this over right along that stitching line so that the stitching line kind of rolls just inside there. So it's going to roll right to the back. So this is the right side of my coat. I'm going to push that little section that I did to the back, and this is what creates that pocket opening. All right. So I'm just going to clip that. And the Wonder Clips work really well here. So you'll notice that I don't really use Wonder Clips very often. I like pins to hold things a lot better, but this is one situation that the Wonder Clips work really well. So now I want to stitch this down. In the pattern, it shows just doing a top stitching line right along here. But what I found is then you end up getting back stitching here and here because it's like thick there because you backstitched and it's kind of ugly. So what I realize is that if we start in from the edge and I stitch down here across and back out, I don't get any ugly back stitch on the front and it looks much nicer. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to sew that. We're going to top stitch it here with about a 3/8 inch seam allowance. Okay, so it's kind of a little bit further away because what we're trying to do is secure this in place. All right. So if you do it too close to this edge, this ends up curling up and it's not pretty. So what we're going to do is we're going to stitch a little bit further out and catch that edge. Okay. And please do shout if you need me to repeat anything. I'm happy to do it.
This came.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay, so I'm going to start sewing up here. I have it at a 3.0 stitch length because I want it to be, you know, a nice top stitch. Oops, there we go. Okay. And I'm not stitching this side part. I'm not stitching anything to it. There's nothing underneath it. I'm just doing that part to make it look nice. So then I'm going to pivot. Keep that part under. Come on, okay. There we go. Okay. And now basically this is my 1/4 inch foot and I'm just like kind of a little 1/8 inch or so away from that edge. Down just a little bit and then stitch off the edge again. Okay, so now it looks like this. So this starts to make a little bit more sense as your pocket opening. This is where your hand is going to come into the pocket. So it's going to look really nice. We have taken it up to the 1/2 inch line basically to give ourselves seam allowance. So remember that this part is all going to be in your seam allowance later. All right. So that's the way it looks if I flip it over. I've caught that edge down so it's nice and flat. If I wanted to, I could do another row of stitching to give it a little decorative look. You could do fancy stitches here if you wanted to. And yeah, you just want to make sure that you're getting right along this edge. So that looks really nice. I am going to do another little top stitch just to show you what it looks like. All right, so there you go. So there's a little double row of stitching that you can see. It's just this kind of nice little extra detail, and then this holds down really firm. And I like to make sure that it's caught really, really well here because this is the pocket opening. So all of these stitching lines here is going to make your pocket opening more stable. And that's super important. It's why it works really well with the quilt fabric, is because it makes it extra stable right here, creating the pocket opening. So it's not going to stretch out and get weird, all of that good stuff. Okay, so that's what we're going to do there. All right. Carol is wrapping things up over there. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay, So now let me come back over here. So now we've got, this is our coat front, the side of it. This is our coat back with the pocket. So now we're going to put these together and they're going to come like this. Okay. So at this point, we're not going to sew it together, but you can start to see how it's kind of going to work, and that this is going to be your side seam and then your pocket is in here. Okay. So we won't sew this together for a while. Okay, we just sew this on, we sew the coat front like this, and we're going to leave them. Okay, these should be attached together because they would normally be sewn, but I'm just using little chunks, so that's why. So coat front, coat back. Okay, once we've got it to this point, then we can start actually sewing things together. So this is where I wanted to stop for today because I want to come back and do the sleeves and stuff tomorrow. I think I can talk you through the sleeves and then we'll repeat it in the morning for anybody who couldn't come. Okay, because I'm still a little bit ahead of schedule. So I'm going to show you really quick. So I'm going to come back to my little kids version because this is the one I'm going to make. All right, so this is the way it would be. You're going to have a pocket hanging off the side. And then I'm going to put my sleeves on. The sleeves are symmetrical. So there is no right sleeve or left sleeve. They're exactly the same shape. Okay, I did this to make it easier. So what we're going to do is we're going to take our sleeve and we're going to fold it in half. Excuse me. I'm going to fold it in half and I'm going to put a little pin here to mark my center. There is a mark in the pattern that says center. So if you've marked that, great. I forget to mark them all the time, which is why I know that these are a 1/2 inch from the end because I had to measure it. Be like, how far am I supposed to go in? So 1/2 inch from either end and a center mark is what we care about right now. So the way that we're going to put the sleeves on is we're going to do them flat. So a lot of times in apparel, then we do set-in sleeves. So you sew the front to the back, and then you have to sew in a circle to put the sleeves on. What's a little bit harder to do, and so I've been sewing sleeves on flat for a long time, even in just regular garments, and I find it a little bit easier to do it with it. Yeah, just flat and not in a circle. I sewed with an industrial machine for a long time, and so it just had the big table. It was like sunk in a table. So there was no way to sew in a circle around anything. So doing it flat made it a lot easier for me. And then I realized it's just a lot easier for a lot of people to sew it this way. So that's kind of why I did this style of it, is because I'm used to that. I also find it much, much easier for most people. Okay. So we've got our shoulder seam. That's what the center is going to match with the shoulder seam because we want it to be the same down the front and the back. Okay, so I'm going to pin that right in the seam. So I want this to be as centered as I possibly can because I'm going to use this to measure. You'll see what I'm talking about in just a second here. Let me grab some pins. I should have more pins. Don't know what happened to them. Okay, so the first thing I want to do is I want to pin down one side. So again, this is the only place where we really have a curve. So the curve comes out this way and the curve comes this way. So we have to make these match. It's harder to do it this way because you can see immediately it wants to pucker up. So what I do is I just pick them up. And like the other, I just hold it in the air and make them match. I pin it together. And doing it this way kind of shoves that extra fabric somewhere else, so it's not up here that I have to deal with it. So you can see I can get it to go together really nice and flat here. Okay, and I'm going to pin down one side all the way to the dot. Okay. And one thing that I'll do at the dot is I'll put 2 pins in. Ooh, I can't use that pin. That's bent. Okay. Or I'll put in a different colored pin so that I know this is my start or stop. Okay. So a lot of times I'll do this because it's really easy to just kind of sew past it and not realize that it was the one that you're supposed to stop at. Okay. So once I've gotten that done, I've got one side. You can see it's all nice and flat in there. If I lay it down here, it's, you know, there's extra stuff, there's extra fabric, and that's fine. We've got these edges to match. Now what I want to do to make sure that it's going to work is I'm going to fold it in half at my shoulder seam. and I'm going to see where it's going to match on the other side. So I know that on this side, my sleeve should go down to here, and then the ends of my sleeve would match. All right. What happens sometimes is if you start to pin and you'll not keep it as straight as you should or as even as you should, and one side will be longer than the other. So this is how we can kind of make sure that it works. You could measure it too, but I really prefer just to do this. So I fold it. You can see here's my seam allowance. I give it a nice little tug, make sure it's straight. This is where that sleeve ends. So I'm going to unfold that, bring this sleeve over so that it matches up to that pin. And then I'm going to pin it in place. I'm going to use this yellow pin so I know that's my start. Okay, so now I know that these are going to fit because it fit just fine over here and it's the same distance. So even though these seem like they might not work, I'm going to make them work. It will be totally fine. Okay, so then I'm just going to pin this. So at this point, if you pin it and you're like, oh, it didn't quite fit right, just unpin, repin. You can definitely kind of move the fabrics along here. And I've never had it, unless it was pinned wrong, it always works. It works great to be able to get this nice and even. So at this point, I've got it pinned from dot to dot on my shoulder, and we're going to sew this with a 1/2 inch seam allowance. We do want to keep this open if we can. So when you sew over this seam allowance, let's try to keep it open so that it's flatter. Okay. But you're just going to sew from here to here. All right. I'm going to do that on this one, and then I'm going to let you guys work, and then we'll come back and I'll show the other one tomorrow. So other people can see it, because I know there will be other people here tomorrow. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and sew this, and you can work on getting yours in there. There we go. Okay, so I've got it in. I want to put my needle down right on that dot. So the shoulder seams are really important, that we're actually going to sew from dot to dot. This needs to stay loose down here to give us movement in the armpit. So to be able to raise your arms, this has to stay loose. So make sure that you start at the dot. What I usually do is a little lock stitch, and then I'll count my stitches and I'll go forward like 1, 2, 3, and then I'll go backward 1, 2, 3. Okay, and now I know it's in the right place. So now I can just sew right along here. Okay, if I need to be able to make sure that my bottom edge is staying where I want it to, I can use my stiletto. Okay, and then as I come around here, I'm going to make doubly sure that that stays open and nice and flat for me. My seam allowance got too small, so I'll have to go back. Fix that, I think. Okay, so I'm gonna get up here, and I know I need to stop at this pink one. I'm gonna get up here, and I'm gonna do the same thing. 2, 3, I'm gonna do a little lock stitch. Okay, now this happens a lot where you marked it and it doesn't end up quite the same, and that's totally fine. We don't really care. What we do care about is the end of this seam. So this is kind of like our new dot. All right, this is the part that we care about right here. So this one, I was able to nail it. Great. This one, I did not. I'm not going to come back and fix it. It's going to be fine. Okay. Even that, I got a little narrow, and it's going to be fine. Okay. So when it's sewn, so here it is, and you can see it doesn't want to lay flat because there's 2 curves going in opposite directions. So it's going to lay a little bit bulky, but then all of a sudden we have a sleeve. Okay, so that's how the sleeve is going to get sewn on. This seam right here I generally, people always want to know which, do I press it open? You can, but we're going to move this seam back and forth a bunch to sew it on correctly. So what I do is I just press it one way and then I press it the other way. And then it looks fine. I'll press it from the outside. We're going to move this around, but you do want to press it so that from the outside it looks nice. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and I'll do that. So I don't try to, like I said, I don't try to press it open. I do care about the shoulder, but this one, not so much.
Thanks so much, Teresa. I hope I see you tomorrow.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay.
See you later.
Thank you.
Okay, so once I've pressed that, it looks really nice. And we do want to press it and make sure that it's going to lay flat. So if you are sewing, you can definitely keep working on it. If you are not sewing, then you can come back tomorrow and we'll do this sleeve again. And I'll show it one more time for the people who couldn't come today. So we'll show how to put the other sleeve on and then how to actually attach the side seams. So a lot of people think that you're just going to sew down the sleeve and down the side, and that's not how we do it. We actually create a little Y seam in there with some little clever clipping, and it keeps it so that there's some movement. So if you sewed it just across and down, you end up killing any movement that you have in your arm, so you can't get it above straight out the side. We don't want that. So we'll sew it a little bit differently, but this is where you should be by tomorrow morning, if you can, is to have your pocket opening made, your pocket back sewn on, and then your shoulder, the sleeve, one of the sleeves sewn on would be great. We'll take enough time in the morning that people can sew on too. So if you don't get your sleeve on tonight, it's totally fine. I think that if we stop there, we'll have enough tomorrow to talk about, and we can send people back the recording from today. Do you guys have any questions?
I'm back.
You're back. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. If you want to stick around, we can work through your pocket again.
Okay, well, because the pocket is just done to the top stitching.
Okay, so you did it on the back, right?
Correct.
Top stitching.
Correct.
Okay, so are there any other questions? Okay, and then I'm going to stop the recording.